probably live. Hello, Twitchies! Because I haven't done this with you guys yet, I have taken to calling them Twitchies. I'm not sure if it's a thing, but I'm hoping it's going to catch on that Twitch users are called Twitchies.
I see.
Hello,
happy for you.
It's a thing now. It's a thing.
Yeah, Twitchies, chats,
Like,
same
seriously,
thing.
like, no, well, yeah, people refer to them as chat, don't they?
Yeah,
Anyway. Hello guys, and welcome back to another PlayUp Legend session. We are currently hosting Group 4's Session 2, which has been a little while coming, but we finally managed to make it. We have here the lovely Mir Far, who has changed her Discord name. Mir, you've changed your Discord name. Oh my goodness! Such an eventful occasion. All right, okay. So we have now Magnetic Maniac. We are also joined by Pun, Samael, Moloch, Shami, and myself, the Dungeon Master. Just a very quick thing before we get into it, a word from our sponsors. This is obviously brought to you by our lovely sponsors, Miniature Corner Studio, who you can find on Facebook. They're selling 3D printing locally, and when you use the code PlayUp21, you get 10% off from your overall bill. And they also send me this lovely mug. Let me just check that it's in the shot. Yes, this lovely mug, and what you do is you just take an energy drink and just stick it into there. I don't have energy drinks today because I'm trying to cut down a little bit, but it's still lovely and amazing. Look at it, it's just so cool with the things. Yes. So that is PlayUp21 or lowercase PLAYUP 21. Couldn't English there for a second. We are also joined by WarmongerGamesMortar.com, where you can find anything geek hobby related, board games and such, and until the end of next week, and you can use the code LEGENDS7987 for a 10% discount on all RPG products. This expires on the 30th of April, guys, and the code is LEGENDS, that's all uppercase, LEGENDS 7987. And we also have thegiantstower.com, where you can find 3D printed terrain and figures delivered worldwide. You can use the code PlayUp15 to get 15% off from your final bill. That is uppercase PLAYUP 15. Yes, that's the thing. And finally, if you love what we do here on PlayUp, you can support us directly on patreon.com/PlayUpMT for as little as €3 a month, which is freaking awesome. And if I remember correctly, I've been told that we might be releasing some cool artwork and stuff like that for the Patreon. So there is that in the bag as well. So, how are we feeling this evening, adventurers?
Excited to see what's going to happen.
What about the rest of us? Are we feeling good?
Excited. Yeah,
Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be?
Fantastic. Do you guys want a quick recap?
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right.
As
Okay,
always, yes.
and a recap for the audience as well. Is it possible for me to do this and this and then this? Yes, it is. Fantastic. Okay, so a very quick recap as well for the audience, of course. So we have Ensign Echo, Ensign Frostbeard, Ensign Hex, and Ensign, right? Ensign, and Ensign Shalki. These four members make up Group 13 of the Norn Spears, which is a military division of the Norn's Alliance. The Spears are basically tasked with high-profile missions in and around the beautiful Bluestone city of Aegis. The Spears handle things like escorting wealthy merchants, overseeing important events and festivals, royal family guards, and dealing with threats in and around Aegis. Now, in the last session, Group 13 were tasked with providing support to the Aegis City Watch, who were being assigned for security at the Settlers' Day Festival, which was called the First Fair, which was going to be attended by the royal family. Group 13 met up with Captain Potts, the captain of the Watch, who would be their point of reference at the fair. Captain Potts gave them a brief of the situation and also mentioned the Grimblades, a local group of misfits who might be a possible threat during the fair. Potts also hinted that one of the royal princes, Prince Aemma, might have a connection to the Grimblades and owes them some money from a gambling event. Now, at the fair itself, Group 13, you guys were introduced to the rest of the City Watch and scouted out the royal gardens where the fair was going to take place. You familiarize yourself a little bit with the layout of the event and you got acquainted with the rest of the watch. During the fair itself, it is traditional for the king to give a speech. Now, while this was happening, an assassin made an attempt on the king's life with a well-timed crossbow. Crowd scattered, and you guys gave chase through the streets of Aegis. When you finally caught up with the assassin, you found the person being attacked by a large, deformed monstrosity. You successfully managed to kill the monstrosity before taking the assassin into custody. And if you remember correctly, the assassin's parting words were, "The king is dead. Long live the king." Now, that is where we left it. Now, a few minutes after you successfully killed off the monstrosity, the rest of the watch showed up. The assassin was arrested and immediately transported to the city hospital for healing. The corpse of the monstrosity was also removed from the scene. You received thanks from Captain Potts and the watch for your assistance, and you were informed by Captain Potts that this would be the end of your contract, as your obligation had been simply to provide support with overseeing the fair. However, he invited you to visit the City Watch headquarters at some point. Any questions at this point? I have a couple of other tiny pieces of information. I'm just pausing to see if there's anything. No? Good? Okay. So you guys received a carrier dove, because obviously the Nords Alliance send their messages by carrier dove. You guys received the carrier dove from the higher ups at the Nords Alliance, and this carrier dove gave you instruction that you were to remain at the city of Aegis, and you could seek lodging at the White Orchard Estate. Now, what the White Orchard Estate is it's basically a place which is owned by the Norns Alliance and is used as temporary lodgings by Alliance agents while they're assigned to missions. And it can be found in the northwest of the city, close to the city walls. So, it's been about 2 days since the incident on Settlers' Day. We're going to compress forward time a little bit. Just to give you a very quick idea of the White Orchard Estate, the building itself is a large 3-story white stoned mansion, which contrasts very well with the blue stone walls of the city that rise up just behind it. The mansion is sitting at the center of a dense orchard of white trees, all of which bear golden fruits that look kind of like apples. The entire orchard itself is also surrounded by a high-walled fence which has golden spikes on the tips of it. Inside, the architecture and the art of the estate can be described as pretty regal and posh. There's a lot of white and gold and red everywhere, and there are pictures and paintings hanging on a lot of the walls that show many important members of the Norns Alliance itself. At this point, we're going to go to the main dining area, where there is a large table off on one side, which is normally used, for having dinner, having lunch, and off on the other side, there are several quite comfortable-looking sofas and armchairs that are settled around a large, roaring fireplace. It's evening time. The fire is at full tilt at the moment. And for one reason or another, you guys have all, after dinner, decided to have a quick sit down in front of the fire. So you've all sort of settled yourselves into the warm, welcoming, comforting sofas and armchairs that sort of almost swallow and envelop you with their lushness. What are you guys doing? What are you guys thinking? And I'll leave it to you.
They probably don't recognize me.
What form are you taking at the moment, Echo?
The male high elf.
Ah, okay. I mean, it's
That's
just
how I
you
lost my
four
photo.
in the dining room at the moment. That's one thing I forgot to mention. It's just you four at the White Orchard Estate at the moment. You know that there's a butler also running around by the name of Mortimer, but at the moment he's nowhere in sight. Though for some reason, almost as soon as you look like you need him or want him, he seems to appear almost out of thin air. But apart from you guys and the butler, no one else is currently using the estate. Like I said, it's mostly temporary lodgings for agents.
Okay. And you said it's the evening?
Yeah, it's evening times. The sun has already descended beyond the horizon. It's dark outside. It's a bit quiet. In fact, here, let's change the ambiance music a little bit, shall we? Change the ambiance. Where is that's the one I wanted? Oh wait, I have to stop it first. Yes. Okay, and now we do that. I think it worked. Yes. You might want to put up the volume a little bit because it's a bit low.
Okay.
The sound of a gently crackling fire.
Well, I don't know about the others, but Hex is probably just sitting around the fire. Well, not close to the fire. He is made of metal anyway. Probably at a table poring over some magic books or something of the like.
I'm staying close, but trying to keep my distance so that they don't ask too many questions for now.
Just sit right next to Hex. If they do say if he does something interesting, maybe we can do it together.
It has been 2 days, by the way, since the incident.
Okay.
So, character, has we spoke about the incident yet?
You've received no information other than instructions to remain at the estate until further instruction is given.
If it's been 2 days, then realistically I look like my original self.
Your
As in the character they know me by. No, not
Okay.
my actual true form,
Okay.
just the character they know me by.
Okay. For the sake of both ourselves and the audience, could you give a very quick description of what you look like?
Yeah, she has curly blonde hair. She looks a bit frazzled, a bit crazy, dark bruises under her eyes. Pale skin.
Well, can't do anything apart from wait now, can we? So I guess we'll wait.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the situation's under control, but I mean, it's nice to get an update every now and then.
That is true. They have sort of left us sort of, high and dry. I'd rather know exactly what we're getting into. Seems quite so quiet today. Very dead.
Like the king.
Ah, yes. That was a joke, yes.
Pretty sure he has recovered by now, but maybe, yeah. Maybe we'll not succeed in our mission.
True. Well, there's nothing we can do about that now, I guess.
I guess so.
Yes. Paul, there's nothing. I mean, it's been 2 days, and we've been 2 days inside the house, or it's been 2 days since and we just arrived?
No. You've had lodgings here for 2 days.
For 2 days already, okay. So we know the
Yes.
layout of the place.
Oh
basically.
yes, very well.
Yeah, okay. No, never mind. There's no
I'm
use
probably
wandering around.
scavenging for food then.
Well, you have just had dinner. However, there's quite a lot of scraps still left on the table. Almost whole loaves of bread. A few silver platters still piled with fruit and stuff like that. Bits of chicken legs are still running around. As you approach the table, almost as if by magic, a figure steps out of the shadows next to you, Echo. The figure is Mortimer the Butler. He's wearing. I'm just hearing.
Oh, sorry, I'm just
All right.
fixing the mic because it was falling off.
Okay, he's wearing a white shirt with a black waistcoat over it. Across his waist is a belt fastened with a golden buckle. His white hair is gelled back and extremely straight, about shoulder length. As you approach the table and you seem to be scouting around, he just very quickly seems to step out of the shadows and goes, Milady Echo? Can I fix you up a platter of something?
Yes, food. Food is good.
Anything in particular?
Any food.
Any
Meat.
food?
Meat.
Shall I bring it to you next to the fire?
Yes, please. That would.
Okay, of course. I'll be right there. And you see him very quickly picking up a silver platter and bustling around, picking up pieces of food and placing it onto the platter for you.
I just gobble.
Okay. Shami, what are you up to at the moment? Or rather, Flint, what are you up to at the moment?
I'm just going to follow at this stage. There's nothing specific, although I am a bit curious. Can I detect magic on this?
On the food?
The general room, just to see, because like you're saying, the butler is appearing out of thin air, and obviously that doesn't normally happen.
Sure, you can definitely cast Detect Magic. As you do so and you concentrate, you tap very briefly into the invisible threads of magic that connect all living beings, the spell weave that allows magic users to use the arcane and divine and eldritch. Your senses emit outwards. Yes, there's definitely magic within the vicinity. Quite a lot of it, actually. I mean, you are within an estate owned by the Norns Alliance. It's quite normal to have magic in. It would probably be expensive for lower class citizens, perhaps, to have magic being constantly used all the time for them, because magic users who know how to use magic proficiently all the time and who are able to create magical devices, normally those services are a bit more expensive. But yes, there is definitely magic going on in the room itself.
Okay. Is it located to a particular area or an object?
We'll notice, for example, that the curtains are magical in themselves. You've noticed them opening and closing by themselves before. When it becomes nighttime, they sort of shift shut and then they open again during daytime. The fire in the heart in the fireplace is definitely magical as well. You didn't see anyone bringing in any logs, and yet there are logs right there in the fireplace, and there's a blazing fire as well. And yes, you definitely detect some sort of magic coming from Mortimer the Butler as well.
Okay.
By any chance, is there a deck of cards nearby?
As you think that, all of a sudden, Mortimer appears by your shoulder. Master Shalky, is there anything I can get you?
Any chance, Hex, would you mind playing a game with me?
Sure.
So we can pass the time,
That is true. I wouldn't mind. No, not at all.
It's been 2 days.
I haven't
I'll
won
do
in a
anything
while,
to
so
pass
might
the
as well.
time at this point.
Yes, that's fair.
Mortimer, by any chance, do you have any playing cards lying around?
But of course, I will be back in just a moment. And
Thank
he
you.
this time he actually walks out of the door. You don't see him disappear. So, as you guys are sitting in your content silence after a heavy meal, after a few moments, Mortimer the Butler returns. Masters and Milady, we have an unexpected guest. Lord Victor Bennet requests an audience.
Quite strange. We asked for playing cards, not a guest. Sure.
As you say this, you see Mortimer very silently placing down a deck of playing cards next to you. They're quite nice, actually. They're not in a box itself, like they are boxless. However, the backs of them have these twin dragons that sort of entwine over each other across a red gem in the center. Shall I ask him to come in?
Sure thing.
Yeah.
What does the rest of the party think?
I mean, we're not going to leave him outside at this point, are we? We need some information.
Might as
Yeah.
well hear what he has to say.
Yes.
He's right outside the door. I meant, would you like me to ask him to come into the room?
Oh. Well, yes.
Yeah, by all means.
Are you all familiar with Lord Victor Bennet?
Not really.
Should we?
He is a very high-ranking member of the Alliance, and he oversees the City Watch.
Ah, so let's say we are and not tell him anything.
I shall ask him to come in then.
Yes.
And with a small smile, Mortimer leaves the room. Into the room walks not what you would expect for a high-ranking member of such a prestigious alliance. Lord Bennet is not wearing the shiny golden armor of the Spears of Norn. Rather, he's wearing very practical soldier gear. Leather armor, a red traveling cloak looking quite worn, thrown over it. You can see he carries a sheathed short sword, and on his leg there's a small pouch that looks to contain crossbow bolts. Good evening, Group 13. Very nice to meet you all. He walks in, sits down on the couch next to you. Are you enjoying your evening?
A bit slow, maybe, but
Very much, yes.
maybe you can get us some information.
Yes, I do apologize for keeping you here for so long. There have been consultations amongst some of the big knobs up at the Norns Alliance. Long story short, we are organizing a task force with regards the monstrosity that your group faced 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember any details about that?
Oh,
First,
yes, it was a very nice beast.
Mm-hmm.
but
White
you
blood,
killed
though.
it.
Kind of weird.
Yes, of course he killed it. It attacked us.
Yes, and you did a very good job of that, which is why you are being recommended to form the core of this task force along with myself and possibly some other agents in the future. You are primarily being asked to join the task force due to your success with the monstrosity and familiarity with it 2 days ago. Primarily.
What is the other reason?
Well, you're also ideal for this task force because if I understood correctly, and you see at this point he has pulled out a couple of small pieces of parchment. He just takes a quick glance at them and then looks at each of you in turn. Ensign Echo, Ensign Shalky, Ensign Hex, Ensign Frostbeard. Yes, each one of you, well, let's just say you're not familiar faces of authority in the city, and the people don't know you very well. So you can move around with relative anonymity.
That's fair.
Yes, to be frank with you, this is not the first monstrous creature that we have encountered within the city. However, there has been a recent surge of them. Reports have been flooding in all the way from Eastwatch all across to Dander town of different attacks by different deformed beings that don't seem to have any reason or scope beyond attempting to maim and kill. Now, we've been trying to keep a lid on this. So, in order to avoid causing panic amongst the citizens, the task force will need to be discreet. Details of this investigation must be kept out of the public eye. Am
Fair
I
enough.
being clear at this point?
Understood.
Aye.
Right. Well, Captain Potts and the Watch have been instructed to help out with the task force. They will be corroborating with you, and they will be reporting any disturbances directly to the task force without needing to go through the Spears of Norn itself. Needless to say, however, the investigation will be primarily dealt with by us. I will also be relaying information to you as needed about whenever we have any new reports. And we do have one already.
Mhm.
He shifts to the second piece of parchment. Good Wheat Farm and Marta's Pig Farm. Well, these can be found on a patch of farmland southwest of Aegis, about half a day's journey. A certain Marta Appleby has recently reported a attack on her pigs of, well, it says here of terrible gratuity, but I'm not sure whether or not that is the reporter giving flavor to it. This happened about 3 days ago. I'd like you lot to go and investigate tomorrow morning and see if this has anything to do with these monstrosities. If so, you are to gather information. And if you have the opportunity, you are more than welcome to neutralize the threat.
Okay. Do we have any idea what the creature is?
At this point, no. We have been gathering some of the recent carcasses, or some of the recent corpses of these creatures, and our scientists at the Healing Church are investigating diligently, or so I've been told. However, till now, we have no explanation as to what is drawing these creatures to Aegis, or how they function exactly. We can tell that they are biological in nature, of course. However, apart from the fact that their blood is white, I'm afraid the scientists really haven't figured out anything else.
Can't be a lot of creatures with white blood, I assume.
No, it is quite the anomaly. I would agree with you there.
Would any of us technically know about what creatures would have white blood?
Are you asking me this out of character?
Yes.
It's not a common thing for sure.
Not a common thing at all. Okay.
Not in the slightest, no.
Okay. Hmm. Well, I guess we can set off first thing in the morning, right?
Yes. I,
Yeah, I mean, maybe a good night's sleep before we go, but should be an interesting adventure to look into.
Yes.
oh, that reminds me. I've been told to extend thanks for your help providing security detail 2 days ago at the fair. Apart from obviously neutralizing the monstrosity, you also managed to capture the assailant, the king's assailant. Well done.
How is the king?
Well, that's a little bit of a tricky question. There's been practically no news of the king's current condition. Everyone except the most high ranking persons and the royal guard, of course, have been barred from entering the palace for the last 2 days.
Given that I know, that cast spare the die on him, can I insight what he just said?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
like I left him thinking that the king is, alive and will make a full recovery.
Oh, to be clear, he was not saying that the king is dead. He's simply saying there's been no news.
Okay.
I mean, he seems genuine, but if you want to make an insight check, just to quick, look at his body language and all of that, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, coming through. That's a 16.
16. He seems relatively composed, perhaps a little bit worried when talking about the king, a little bit unsettled. This is obviously not the most welcome news.
Does he look like he's holding back anything, though?
Not especially. When he said there's been no news, he seemed to believe anyway that there's been no news. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So yes, good job on capturing that assailant. Thankfully, what we do know for sure, because we recovered the bolt, because that was left outside, is that the bolt was not poison tipped. So at the very least, we know that that is not going to be a problem.
Horrible assassin, then?
Yes. Unfortunately, she's in a coma at the moment, so she's unavailable for questioning. But as soon as she comes round, believe you me, we'll be having a few words with her.
Good. Well, is there anything else we should know before we, I don't know, call it a night?
No, that would be about it. Thank you for your patience, obviously, for waiting. I understand that it's been difficult. It's probably been difficult to just wait around and do nothing for the past 2 days. However, like I said, there's been a lot of the deliberation on the way forward on this particular matter of these surge of monstrosities within the city. And it's only been recently agreed that a task force is necessary. However, might I once again caution the need for absolute discretion on the matter. Should you be questioned, simply state that you are members of the City Watch. Attempt to in no way associate this investigation with the Spears of Norn and Norn's alliance.
Should we avoid any obvious markers of our, allegiance to the Norn's alliance?
Yes, it might be best to go in more plain clothing. It might be best to leave the uniform behind. Should you wish to keep a sigil or some identifying mark on you, you are, of course, more than welcome to.
Okay.
I mean, of course, the City Watch are upstanding professionals, to be sure. However, if the people find out that the City Watch are investigating something, I am sure this in itself would not cause much of a panic.
If I may ask, though, did the City Watch know that we will be, for lack of a better term, impersonating some of their own?
They know to collaborate with you. They have pictures of you and they have you on record, so they know who you are. I believe you have already been acquainted with with a lot of members of the Watch itself.
Yes, we have.
Very good. Yes, they are aware that you are investigating. They are not aware exactly to what purpose, and they are not aware of this surge of monstrosities. They are aware that you are investigating this particular case. However, the information that they have been given is that this is a one-off event.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
We are, of course, simply attempting to not cause panic at this point.
Yes.
The more people who know about it, the more chance that this can get out. And the more chance that this can get out, the more chance that people will panic and be afraid. And especially during a time when we do not even know what is going on precisely with the royal family, it might be best to keep the peace.
Understood.
If that is all, then I will bid you all a good night.
Yes. Good
You
night.
should be able to find Martha Appleby's farm quite easily. Just follow the southwestern road outside of the city, the main thoroughfare. It will lead you to some farmlands.
Okay. How long is the journey to these farmlands?
If you start early morning, you'll probably be there by midday.
Okay, not too far. Okay,
And
then.
with that, Lord Victor Bennett stands up and leaves the room, leaving you to your evening devices.
Well, cards then?
Indeed. Was up for a game of Old Maid?
I do not know this
Enjoy.
old maid, but I'll have a go at her. Sorry.
I mean, so Sharky explains the rules. We're gonna explain the whole thing.
How do you exactly play old maid? Please tell me. I am joking, by the way. I do not need description. Do we have to roll to play? Are we just playing, Paul?
Definitely
Well,
don't
Do I
have to
win?
roll to play.
yeah, we'll roll for luck.
Roll to win.
Roll to win!
Roll to win. Okay.
Okay, all who are playing then, I guess roll to win.
Mortimer also comes and joins you for a game of cards.
Where'd you come from? Keep popping up.
Why is there +5? Or,
What? No,
wait,
that
no,
was
never
for
mind.
the previous one, yeah.
You roll to win.
Pansy, no,
But
Pansy,
like
you have to
that,
write
you have
1d20.
Okay,
Otherwise, you
perfect,
get an automatic 20.
I forgot how it's been a while.
Oh, wait.
So
Oh, no, I did it wrong as well. I forgot the slash.
okay. 18, still good.
I'm going to roll for Mortimer. Oh.
You made the same mistake.
I'm not used to rolling on this.
Neither am I.
Ah, well done, Master Puns. You win the first round.
Yes,
A
good job.
shockingly good hand of Old Maid.
Yes, never that
You're
is.
cheating. I rolled to see if you're cheating.
Make a perception check, Echo.
Okay. Perception. 12.
12. Are you cheating, Shalky?
No, I think I was just really lucky. Even the flies don't look at where the other cards were and whispering them to me.
His hands seem pretty clean, Echo.
All right, you're safe now. For now.
I'm pretty sure you can make some excuse about the flies watching your cards. But sure.
I hide my card.
So if anything, his hands are not clean because of all the flies.
Well, I mean, clean of shenanigans.
Hmm.
Okay, so you while away the evening playing cards amongst yourselves, and as after you retire and go to bed, is there anything you guys would like to do as you're heading to your bed chambers?
Not really. I mean, I'm a warforged. I don't really need a bed. I can just deactivate in the living room for all I care.
I'll just say goodnight to all my fly friends.
Do
Each
they
and
not
every
come to
one
bed?
of them deserves a good night.
Each and every one of them.
Do they all have names?
And I thought I was crazy.
These were my only friends for a couple of years. Have some respect.
They still are your only friends.
Ooh.
That is very hurtful.
Sick burn from Echo.
I'll just go in the corner and fly and cry.
As you go into
There.
the corner, Shalky, you guys see from behind Shalky the flies suddenly forming a fist in the air, and it slowly turns round towards Echo and does something that I can't show on the stream.
Can we show it on the stream?
Before disappears once more.
Okay.
Shalky, the flies don't go to bed with you, by the way.
They just go to sleep on the floor.
Well, I was going to say, like, there's a whole dinner table full of food, and your flies, you know, as you're heading to bed, they sort of...
You can go and maybe get some more, make some more maggots while you're at it. Numbers are running quite low.
You see them surging towards the food. Flint, what about you? Is there anything in particular that you do before you retire this evening?
No,
Okay.
I'll just retire.
All right. Echo, what about yourself?
Same here. I'll just head off to bed.
Okay. All right. Okay, so day breaks over the city of Aegis, and in the morning, you guys, as you wake up, refreshed from the night's slumber, you remember your task, heading off to the farmland, heading off to meet Martha Appleby and finding out more about this mysterious report that she has submitted. Anything in particular that you guys want to do or prepare or purchase before heading out on your trek?
Let's see what we have.
Have we had breakfast
You might
yet?
want to take inventory as well. Yes, you might want to go and have some breakfast as well, of course. What do you guys do in the morning? That's basically what I'm asking. You wake up, now what?
Spend some time to pray.
Okay.
I go in front of Echo and say good morning to all the flies in front of her. Each and every one deserves
What
a good
happens if she
morning
swats
as
one
well.
of them? What happens if she swats one of them?
Well, you would need to try and make an attack on one of them then, wouldn't you?
They can be
Would it
very
be like
desperate,
considered an attack on Shalky?
It is not
I will
considered
be
an attack.
slightly offended, yes.
I mean, if we're talking mechanically, it's a swat on the fly itself.
Okay, so it
whether
has
or not
nothing
you
to
hit
do with Shalky mechanically. Okay. No, I'll
it's
hold
a
back
fly.
for now. But just know that all hell will break loose when you least expect it, in the worst moment. And this is all on you. You're bringing this on yourself, my man.
Okay. Well, I was going to say breakfast, but I don't eat.
Helena goes hunting. My character isn't Echo.
I mean, you are in the middle of a city, so what would you like to go hunting?
Oh, never mind. She just looks for me then.
A stray dog,
She goes to
an errant peasant.
She heads straight to the kitchen to look for meat.
Okay, I mean, the last 3 days you guys have been provided food by going to the dining room where there's always food laid out for you. So is this something that Echo might want to do?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Of course. So first thing, wake up, refreshing, ready to go, head down to the dining room. The long mahogany dining table is covered with a few platters of scrambled eggs. There's also some toast off to the side. Mortimer has thoughtfully put together a huge stack of fried bacon. Echo, knowing your love of meat, off to one side for you as well. There's even a small well-done steak that has been placed next to the bacon, just in case.
Nice.
It smells lovely. You sit down and begin to gorge yourself on the food.
Is there any
Meanwhile,
meat on the table?
excuse me?
Mead, ale.
Of course. Of course, there are goblets across the table. As you sit down, Mortimer, like magic, instantly appears right next to your elbow. Master Frostbeard, your morning mead. And he's holding a large tankard, which he gestures towards your goblet.
Aye. And I pick up the nearest one.
He fills it up for you. I will be back when you need a refill. Everything else to your satisfaction, masters, milady?
By any chance, are there any mushrooms?
But of course, I asked the cook to get some especially for yourself, Master Shalky. I will be back in a moment. And he bustles off before returning a few moments later with a large silver platter that's full of steaming mushrooms. You've got the red ones with the little white dots on them. You've got large chestnut mushrooms. You even have some of those wide oyster mushrooms with the little quirky stalk at the bottom, and those tiny little head mushrooms as well, little bundles of those off to the side. A fungal feast for you, Master Shalky.
Thank you, Mortimer. These look very delicious.
Bon appetit. Should you need anything else, I will be right here.
I start feasting on the mushrooms.
I just stand there awkwardly, not being able to eat or drink.
Master Hex. And Mortimer appears by your side. I am not 100% sure, but the Warforged down at the Merchants District absolutely love this. It apparently helps a little bit with the joints. And he has in his hands a vial that appears to be full of this blackish liquid. However, as it catches in the light, a sort of rainbow seems to emanate out of it, and it's got all these sorts of different colors. The liquid itself appears a little bit dense as it sloshes from side to side. The waves are more like curves that move across the surface of the vial itself. Premium grease.
Ah, very nice. Thank you very much.
He places it down in front of you. I'm not sure exactly what they do with it. They always seem to apply it privately.
Ah, it's one of those. Thank you. I'll keep it for later.
Very good. Should you
Thank
need my assistance, I will be right here. And he walks out of the room once more. Shami, what are you doing?
After receiving the full glass, I rummage into my backpack, where I pull out a tube and I pour the contents into the glass and down the glass.
Okay. It tastes exactly as you remember it. The initial taste is a spicy sensation, almost biting against the insides of your mouth, and your lips go completely dry as this happens. As the liquid goes down completely and your mouth empties out, your lips dry even further, and you feel the tiny invisible cracks forming along the edges of them. Inside you, there's this sudden familiar feeling.
Okay.
Anything else you guys are doing at the moment?
Not really. I guess just preparing to leave.
Not really. I'll just continue feasting on the mushrooms.
Sure. I mean, after your meal, is there anything else that you guys would like to do or prepare before you leave? To be more exact.
Are there like resources at the estate, or do we need to go into town for that?
Resources depends what. What are you looking for exactly?
Good question. Let me see.
I mean, you could probably ask Mortimer to pack you a lunch to take with you. However, in terms of like actual adventuring gear, like healing potions and stuff like that, you'd probably need to head to the merchants district to pick that sort of stuff up. Okay, so do you guys want to go shopping? Do you guys want to head off? What would you guys like to do?
Well,
I'm
honestly
pretty sure we're
speaking,
ready at this point.
yeah, with the amount of gold we have, I honestly don't think we can actually buy much anyway.
Oh, that reminds me, you guys did not receive your salary. I apologize. Give me 1 sec.
This might change things.
Yeah, you guys received. You guys received 25 gold pieces each for the last mission that you guys took on. 100 gold pieces in total.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, well, if you guys do you guys want to head into town, or are you guys okay? Just so that I know, so I can move the story forward.
Well, I'm checking. The only thing that we might buy are maybe potions, but I don't even think we have enough. Personally, I wouldn't bother unless anyone else wants them. That's a resounding no. We can start moving.
Yeah,
Right, okay then. Okay, so guys, it is 5 to 9. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go and have your pee break. Go and have your cigarette. Go and sort yourself out. And we will be back at around, well, it's in about 5 minutes time. In about 5 minutes time, because I just realized it was 8:56 and then became 8:57. I'm like, well, that's going to be a very quick pee break. So 5 minutes. In about 5 minutes time, Twitchies will be back in about 5 minutes. Hang in there, and we'll see you in 5. I don't know if we're live.
We are not live.
Okay, we're
I-
live.
We're back.
We're live. All right. Okay. Hello, Twitchies. Welcome back. All right. So, guys, after receiving instructions from Lord Victor Bennett about some goings on happening at the farmlands to the southwest of the city of Aegis, you make your way out of the city past the large stone double doors that make up the city gate and down the main thoroughfare into the countryside that surrounds Aegis. And somewhere running around, I have countryside music. Yes, there it is. Yep. Voila. Countryside music. Look, it already sounds like the country. All right. Okay. Awesome. So, it's a beautiful morning. The sun is out. It's shining. There. You're walking along this quite large main road. There is a lot of things going on around you. Lots of merchants moving in and out of the city itself. Lots of people carrying goods, carrying provisions, carrying vegetables and fruit and meat to sell at the markets and in the merchants district of Aegis. We're going to just compress time a little bit and skip forward a couple of hours. You guys have been walking along this country road. You leave behind the crowds. On either side of you, there are fields full of different types of vegetables, of wheat, of grains. Finally, you come across 3 farms that appear to be in a almost triangular shape, located quite far from each other, maybe about 500 feet away from each other. And just behind them is a large forest. You hear, as you're walking up to the farms, which is my impression of pigs. Oink, okay, oink, 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 oink. You hear pigs clamoring away in the background, and you can see a few people working on the farms. You notice instantly that one of the farms is a pig farm, and you remember, we need to find Marta's pig farm. You do also notice there are 2 other small farms, and one of them has a small windmill right next to it as well. What would you guys like to do? Would you like to scout out the area, go straight in? What are you guys doing? Actually, let's cut to you guys. Let's cut to in character.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Do we see her in view first, at least? Or no?
Her being Marta?
Martha, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the pig farm itself, there is a large cottage, and next to it there's a very wide sty that's sort of longer than it is wide, and you can see inside at least 4 really large prize-looking pigs. One of them is rolling around in the mud. A couple of others are eating from the trough. Interestingly, there appears to be no one on the farm itself, working on the farm. You don't see this Marta Appleby anywhere.
Okay.
So we
What?
can't see Martha?
Flynn calls out.
No, okay. Okay, Martha, are you out there?
As you guys call out, you see the front door of the cottage opening up. Peeking around the door appears to be a young man, probably in his late teens. He's wearing really simple farmer clothing. And as he looks at you, he says, "Hello, Governor. What can I do you for?"
It's masculine for a Martha, but sure. Martha,
Marta, are you looking for my mum?
Oh, that makes sense. Sorry. Where is your mother?
offense, Governor, but who are you?
Well, I am Hex. Pleased to meet you.
Oh,
Is that all? So, where is Martha?
Mom!
There we go.
Someone at the door!
Perfect.
She's in a state right now. I don't know if you wanna, if she wants no company. Ma, do you want company? And you just hear from inside.
I think that was a yes.
I don't think she wants to see no one at the moment.
Is she
He
ill?
sort of hesitantly holds the door. No. Well, if you tell me what you're here for, maybe that'll help out.
Well, myself and my companions are here to help regarding the, well, issue we've been having.
Oh, you with the watch! Mother with the watch! You can come
Is that the
inside.
yes? Ah, perfect. Good.
And he opens the door. You guys go in?
Hesitantly. Not
Go
expecting
in,
what to find.
I asked the teenager, did you grow these pigs?
The pigs? Well, yeah, I grew some of them from when they were little piglets, yes. We've had them for ages.
They look very lovely. You must be very good with animals.
Well, me and my mum have been in the pig business ever since I remember.
That's very wonderful to hear. Not all people care about animals
Yes,
as
well,
much.
unfortunately, we've been having some problems with that. As you can see, we've got Maximus, Miss Squiggy, Biggie, and Clip Clop out there. But
Are they the pigs?
Maybe Mum will tell you the rest. Yeah, they're the pigs.
Ah, okay.
You step inside, and your eyes grow accustomed to the gloom inside the cottage. You can see a large wooden table, slightly chipped off to one side. There are lots of herbs and pieces of smoked meat hanging above in a kitchen-like area. And you can see a very large woman, presumably Martha Appleby. Oh, I don't want the watch to see me in this state. And you see her, I'm going to take these off for now. You can see that she's got this large handkerchief. You can see there appear to be dried tears along her face. Oh, come in, I'll just wash up your face. And she walks over to the sink and pours some water and splashes it on her face. Please, come in. Sit down. Can I make you some tea?
Well, if you wouldn't mind.
I would like some.
No tea for
I'm
me,
pretty
thank
sure
you.
Hex won't have any. I mean, water would damage him, no?
Well, I won't short circuit, but I have this fine grease that our butler gave me.
Shall I put that in a cup for you, love?
It doesn't go in a cup.
See. And you, Mr. Dwarf, will you be having some tea?
Nah. Thanks.
You see Martha going about bustling between the shelves, taking out a few teacups, sort of heating up the copper kettle off to one side. Meanwhile, the young man, Oscar, is sort of standing awkwardly off to the side. So, are you here about the report that I made? Martha tells you as she's fixing up the tea. I knew they would send
Yes.
the watch eventually.
Yeah, I mean, of course we are. We take our job very seriously, and we're here to investigate the situation, make it and handle it properly.
That's right, it's extremely serious. It's a ghost, you see, or a poltergeist, and it's killed 3 of my prize pigs, Sue, Benjamin Trotter, and Mr. Sniffles, all gone, just like that.
Oh dear.
A ghost killed your pigs?
Yes, it was a ghost, for sure, because I didn't hear anything.
Well, you can
It
hear
just
ghosts.
mere-
can't see them.
I suppose, but Oscar didn't hear anything either.
Oscars.
So you think it's a ghost because
yeah.
you didn't hear them?
Yes,
When pigs squeal, they can be quite loud.
yes, exactly.
What else can you tell us about the event?
Well, Sue and Benjamin. Well, it happened to Sue and Benjamin Trotter first. She sets down in front of yourselves, Echo and Shalki, a couple of teacups with tea in them. And she also sets one down in front of herself, sits down in front of you, and sort of sips. So it happened 3 days ago first. I woke up in the morning and I go out to feed the pigs as usual, as I do every day, as I've been doing every day for 53 years. And when I get out to the sty, I find the most horrendous thing. Sue, my lovely prize pig, my gold ribbon winner, her body completely broken. I can't even think of it. And Benjamin Trotter, nowhere to be seen. And then yesterday, this morning, not yesterday, sorry, this morning, I wake up again and I go out to the sty and Mr. Sniffles has disappeared as well. Oh, what am I to do? I will be ruined. My babies, my babies. And you see Oscar sort of resting his hands on the shoulders of his mum.
So it left one of the pigs.
I'm sorry, what?
It left one of the pigs' bodies here.
Yes, yes. My dear Sue, I raised her from when she was a piglet.
Strange. Might mean that it's not actually taking them for food.
Food?
So it just killed Sue and left her there?
Seems like
Am I understanding correctly?
If you saw Sue's poor broken body, you'd know it's not for food. Whatever this thing is, it's done it because it hates pigs!
Where is Sue now?
We buried her out back.
Before you, around the pig, was there any other footprints or anything?
I'm not sure. I didn't think to check.
Well, maybe some of us shall check at the scene of the incident. I'm pretty sure maybe we can find something there.
Come to investigate. I'm afraid the other pigs might have trampled around inside the sty, but if there are any footprints leading in or out of the sty, I'm sure you'll find them.
I'm pretty sure that the thing that can crush a pig needs to be strong or big in some way or form. Maybe it can.
But we didn't hear anything whatsoever. Isn't that right, Oscar? So it must have been a ghost. So how are you going to find footprints if it's a ghost?
Oh, I mean, we certainly can try. If we find anything suspicious, maybe we can...
Well, let's say this. On the off chance it is not a ghost. Maybe it is not a ghost. Let's have a look anyway, just in case. Yes?
Exactly.
You're more than welcome to investigate. Who here has pretty decent passive perception?
1 sec. That's 13, yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Flat 10.
Okay, never mind. Because he rolled terribly anyway. Every single time that his mother mentions a ghost, you see Oscar looking extremely uneasy. It might be that his mother is depressed distressed at the moment, and this is what's causing it. But he seems to almost flinch every time he hears her mention something about ghosts. Almost like he's in his mind trying to deny what she's saying, like frowning sort of thing.
I'm pretty sure at least one or two of us can go question the boy as well. Maybe has some information that she doesn't know.
Question me? What do you want to question me for? You're at the table, by the way. Like, you said this in front of them.
Okay. I thought it was outside.
No, like I said,
Sorry, I didn't notice.
his hands are on his mom's shoulders right now as he's trying to comfort her.
Sorry, I didn't notice you. You seem to look uneasy every time.
Well, yes, the pigs are our livelihood. This
Yes,
is absolutely disastrous to our living.
Well, what can you tell us about this ghost?
Nothing. I didn't hear anything whatsoever, either last night or a couple of nights ago.
Out of character. Shulky, your flies are where?
Everywhere.
They're outside the shed. I left them outside. It might be.
It's a cottage. It's not a shed.
Okay, the cottage.
Shulky,
You take these people for?
would your flies be able to tell us something about the corpse?
I'm pretty sure they won't really know. Maybe they can try and look for any markings on the broken bones, but they don't really know how to investigate. They're pretty stupid.
Gotcha.
They are flies after all.
We have buried Sue when we found her dead. Of course, she's a pig, so you'd normally, prepare her. However, the state in which she was left, the flesh was, and you can see his mom flinching every time he goes into just a little bit of detail about what happened to Sue's body. There was too much. There was too much massacre. It was too bad to save.
And Benjamin completely vanished, you said?
Aye. And this morning, Mr. Sniffles.
And are they all in the same sty?
Aye, we keep them all outside.
So it's only taking them one at a time.
Well, the first night, we found Sue and it took Benji. This night, it only took Mr. Sniffles.
The first night was 3 days ago, right?
Aye.
So it's come every night since 3 days ago.
Nay, it came three nights ago and did that to Sue and took away Benji on the same night.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
In fact, actually, the mom says this. In fact, the report that I submitted, that I told the watch about was about Sue and Benji. We didn't even know that Mr. Sniffles was going to go missing this morning. And she cries into her handkerchief as Oscar attempts to console her once more.
Well, on the plus side, the tracks might still be fresh since it just happened.
Maybe it's best. Is it possible to put the remaining pigs in a safer place until we figure this out?
Yes, like inside the house.
The pigs cannot stay inside, and we do not have anywhere else.
Well, hopefully we can get this sorted by nightfall, so hopefully they won't have anything else to worry about after that.
That would be very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Well,
Should
We're
you
going to
need
try.
anything, we're right here, and you can come here for lunch if you'd like as well.
thank you.
Then shall we start investigating the area?
I don't know if you're familiar with the area. The farm just over that way, and he points off sort of to the west. The farm just over that way is the Good Wheats. They're wheat farmers. And the farm behind us belongs to old Bob. Did we lose someone? We lost
Me.
someone.
Ah, she seems to have disappeared. There we
And
go.
she's back.
And she back. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Your phone died?
Hello, sorry, must have been having some connection problems. No internet, I think.
Ah,
Okay. If you just want to stay just with the voice, it's okay if the camera's not
Yeah.
working.
More than
Ron
that,
Cap
I think
can
it's just
take,
giving
like-
problems because of the cam. Yeah.
Then switch off the cam for now. Don't worry. Don can
Yeah, let
take
me
your
just stay
picture
like-
and sort of put it in your place. Don't
Okay.
worry. As long as
Thank
you
you.
can hear and we have your voice, that works too.
Yes, yes.
Right. Sorry. Back in character.
Um,
Just over that way is the Good Wheats, the be wheat farmers. You might want to ask Mr. and Mrs. Goodwheat. Maybe they saw something. You might want to avoid old Bob. He's the beetroot farmer. He's got his farm down south. He's a grumpy sort. Always yelling.
are there any other farmers that deal in animals?
Nah, not in this area. There's a dairy farm way back down the road, but that's owned by the Peasbodies. That's like a day's journey away.
No, we best start close. If we need to, we might go down there, but might not be required for now. Well, I suggest we just start having a look, unless we have anything else to do in here.
Yeah, I mean, we can have a look. Maybe look for footprints.
Yes. Well, at this point, anything really. Is the sty out back? Can we go and check?
It's just out to the side.
Thank you.
Sure. You guys step outside and you make your way around to the side of the house. On the left side of the house, the sty is actually partially connected to the house, and that the fence is attached on either side to the walls of the house itself. There's also, you notice, a small door in the side of the house which can be used to directly enter, go in and out of the sty. There's also a small gate along the fencing itself of the pigsty, and as you look inside, you can see, yes, there are indeed 4 pigs in there.
Okay.
What are you guys looking for? Actually, before you tell me that, I desperately need to pee because I'm drinking a lot of water and stuff. So I'll be back in 2 minutes while you guys try and figure out how you're going to get some clues.
Okay. Well, apart from the obvious footprints, I guess.
Yeah.
By any chance, Dawn, can you fix the camera? Because I'm currently just sitting in the middle of the room with the mic in my hand since it's a bit up close.
Let's see, what else could we check for? I mean, we could see if the creature has dropped anything or left any markings in here.
Yeah,
And again, it's probably just filled with slop and mud, so I don't think we'll get much.
Well, if the
I mean, we certainly should ask the neighbor. I'm pretty sure maybe he heard something.
Maybe we can figure out how the creature could have entered as well.
Thank you, editor.
Also, stupid question. Can any of you speak to animals?
I can't.
One sec. I don't think I can.
Please say you can. Just go over much quicker.
No, I don't.
I
You,
can handle them, but I can't speak to them.
man of the flies, you can't speak to animals.
No, I can't understand fly. I just understand them through the way they move.
Useless.
Physical language. not verb. But no, I can't talk to animals. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure the flies can't talk to them either.
So apart from markings and footprints, we don't really have much we can look for.
Start.
Yes. Okay. Let's get hunting.
Question. What are the... I mean, these pigs are being reared for what?
I was actually going to ask that before, because I wasn't sure it was for food.
I mean, you have no one
I'm
around you
pretty
to
sure
ask
a
right now,
prized
but
pig can be used for competitions around these parts.
let's say
I
that
mean-
Oscar happens to be just outside, sort of like trying to see what you're doing, you know, sort of curious to see what you guys are up to. He's a little bit of a distance away, so try not to be noticed as such.
Yeah.
That's just out of character to have just 7 pigs.
Mhm.
You know, it's not a lot.
No.
I mean, typical pig farms are like hundreds of pigs.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit lost as to why they only have 7 pigs.
You could definitely ask.
Ask the boy. Let's see what happens.
Okay. I wave at Oscar, and I motion for him to come. Aye, lads. Come, I have a question.
Help you?
How many pigs do you have?
Well, as of a week ago, we had 7. Now we've only got 4.
What do you grow your pigs for?
Mainly for the competitions. We take them into Aegis. This one here, Maximus, and he points at one of them, is a silver ribbon one. And that one over there, Miss Squeaky, she's a gold ribbon. Big B's just gotten his first bronze ribbon, and Clip Clop over there, he's a 2nd-time silver ribbon winner.
What
We
were the
also
others
sell
that were
the
taken?
piglets. These are pedigree pigs, so people always want a cute little piglet, you know.
The pigs that were taken, were they prized hogs or?
Aye. Sue and Benji were both gold ribbons, and Mr. Sniffles was a 3-time silver ribbon winner.
Might be a pattern there.
Aye, but Miss Squeaky here is also a gold ribbon.
Well, yes, there's always tonight. Let's.
He looks a bit panicked.
but we'll try and not let that happen. Don't worry. Well, I want to start looking around. Can Agarez, my imp, also help by flying around, scouting and all the pig shit and whatnot?
In the pig shit?
Look, I don't know what she likes. It's up to her.
No, what do you want her to do? Let's play before you lend me creative license, what do you want her to do?
Okay, all right. I would
know what I'll
rather.
make her do.
Yes. I would rather I look just simply for footprints and stuff that's surface level. If she needs to
Okay.
dive deep, that's her prerogative.
All right. Okay. Go ahead. And we'll get to what you're doing in a moment. But go ahead and give me a perception check for Agres.
For Agres. Oh. let
Yeah,
me
just
see.
roll a d20 and add her wisdom modifier.
Yep, that's a +1. That is a very, very low 6.
Okay. So she takes flight off of your shoulder and scouts round. You have a telepathic connection to her, do you not? If I remember correctly.
No.
She's fine familiar.
Well, yes, but if I'm not mistaken, I just have the thing in front of me so I can check real quick. That's no. Yes. Oh, well, yeah. She works like Find Familiar.
Okay, so as she's flying around, you sort of start to get in your mind, almost like little snapshots, like pictures of above the pigsty, as she's sort of sending you images of what she's seeing. And then you feel this feeling of frustration as she keeps on focusing on different piles of mud before she lands on your shoulder again and goes, well, that was a little bit fruitless. What did you expect to find, Master?
At this point, anything. Signs of the monster, footprints. Then again, we might be able to see footprints from here. Do we see any footprints?
Give me an investigation check as you look around.
Let's see how high this roll's going to be. That's a +0, even better. 9.
9.
Great. Well, I can't see anything.
From where you are, there are no footprints in the first place, so you can't see anything, unfortunately. It's not a ghost.
What?
I'm pretty sure it's not a ghost.
Well, I think we're also sure it's not a ghost, but, you know, we'll entertain your mother for the time being.
What do
My
you
mum
think
has
is
these
that in?
fancies. Well, I don't know, but my mum has these fancies. I don't know what it could be.
By any chance, can I go and try to talk to the pigs?
Do you have speak with animals?
I don't, however, I'll try to talk to them the same way I talk to the flies. I'll try to get a
Improvise.
reaction out of them. I'll try to ask them, are they big? And if they flinch, maybe then I can. It is very weird, but that's how I talk to my flies.
Okay. So, as you hop over the fence, give me
I'll
a
try
quick
to get the physical language.
give me a quick animal handling check.
It's 21.
Wow.
As you hop over the fence, you can see one of the pigs. You're pretty sure that this is the one that Oscar pointed out as Miss Squiggy. Coming over to you, and she sort of rubs her large, hided belly up against your legs. And begins to snuff. She sticks her snout into your hanging hand and appears to be sniffing for something.
1 second, please.
Sure.
Oh,
Whilst that's
still in the
happening.
pig.
1 second, please. I'm just coming close by. Meanwhile, Shami, what are you up to?
I'm going to cast Zone of Truth around Oscar. And I wanted to just like strike up the conversation again with him.
Okay. Are you casting it in a way that it is not apparent? Because if I remember correctly, that spell is just going to
Automatic.
check.
Apologies. I had to pay us out for a while.
Okay. All right. So, if you're trying to be a little bit sneaky about it and not wanting to show Oscar that you're doing this, I need you to make a stealth check, sleight of hand check. If you don't mind him knowing that you're casting this, then go ahead and do it.
Well, he's not going to know what I'm doing because I'm
No.
just going to be saying words as such.
Yeah, 100%.
So, no, I'm happy just to mumble words that he's not going to know what the hell I'm saying.
Sure.
If anything, I
Give him
could.
a quick intelligence check. Okay, so you see his eyes widening. And he just keeps on looking at you, a little bit shocked. What do you ask him, by the way?
I repeat my question to him. I ask him, like, so what do you think it is, lad?
I shouldn't tell you.
You know he's got a saving throw, right?
Oh, he does.
Yeah, he does. He's got a Christmas saving throw.
Oh no, did he pass?
I hope not.
Dude.
Oh my god, he got a 20.
Oh crap. Okay.
So it looks at you. I shouldn't tell you. I'm going to go ahead and let a part of this slide just because I rolled him an intelligence roll earlier to see whether or not he knew what you were doing, and he has no idea what you're doing right now.
Okay.
So he's going to treat this less like he's fighting the spell and more like he feels like he's being interrogated. I shouldn't tell you. Saw something.
Say again?
Saw something.
Oh, okay.
Care to
Okay.
elaborate?
You can't tell my mum just for now.
That's fine.
Myself and little Elsa Goodwheat from the farm over, we're sort of lovers. And we sneak out at night for a romantic stroll once every so often. And last night, well, we were walking along the main road, heading down south, and we saw this. It walked on two legs, but it was not human. It was a large thing, larger than a man. Its body was all knobbly and full of spikes. It was like purple red, and it had these massive claws. It was terrifying. I just grabbed Elsa's arm and pulled her into the hedge, and we just hid there and waited for it to go by. And I think it was headed towards the farm.
Seems reasonable.
So you weren't home when this happened?
No.
And how long out were you tilling the soil, as it were?
I didn't ken what you mean.
You know what I mean.
He looks perplexed. He looks genuinely perplexed.
How long out were you with
I
your
was
lady
out
friends?
having a walk with Elsa. We didn't till no soil, mister. Sorry, officer.
Yes, officer,
So
please.
catches himself.
I caught myself, I forgot about that. How long exactly were you out?
Oh, we came by after a couple of hours. We hid in the hedge for about an hour. We were scared.
And you did not see it pass by through the same area?
But we heard the squealing coming from the pigsty. It was loud enough to wake up the entire countryside.
Loud enough to wake up the entire countryside. And your mother slept through this?
I shouldn't tell you more things. I'm a blabbermouth.
Ah, well, I
That
think...
is useful for the
He's a
investigation.
heavy sleeper, in fact.
Aye, she be a heavy sleeper.
Glad to know it's not a ghost.
Well, clearly you know more. And I personally...
Mum not hearing anything has nothing to do with it. I promise you.
Okay. I will leave it at that then.
Did you see
don't-
what direction it was coming from?
Well, it was walking along the main thoroughfare. Old Bob's farm is down there. But it looked nothing like old Bob.
Okay.
Well, still worth a shot to ask him.
Yes, maybe he's seen anything pass by. Or maybe there's I don't know, a cave or den in between the two farms.
Maybe it came from the forest. He points to the large forest next to you. But it was not coming from that direction.
Okay, so it was just taking the road.
Aye.
Okay. Is the farm where he saw it come from technically from where we passed from or further down?
Further down south.
Okay.
So basically, to give you a quick plot of the land, you've got can I just show you on the screen?
Yeah.
So you got sort of like your over here would be
As you're doing that, the weather today is
sunny and bright and beautiful.
Oh,
the
wonderful.
ground is soft, hard.
Dry. Oh, soft. Around the pigsty, soft. I mean,
I
it
know-
becomes hard packed the further along that you go, of course.
I nudge Shalky and point to the floor. Shalky, lad, can you not follow steps?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can.
Are there any steps that approach the sty stroke leave the sty?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that Hex was looking for them.
Well, I was looking inside the sty though. I wasn't checking outside, so if there was anything, I wouldn't.
Let me see if I can show you
Then
guys.
we might go take a look at it. I thought that that Hex had searched for it, but I just went to talk to the pigs.
Okay.
Okay,
What are we looking at?
so over here is where you have the farm you're at,
Okay.
Martha's Pig Farm.
Yeah.
Here, actually, we'll make it red. Martha's Pig Farm is over there. Over here, you have the wheat farm.
Mm-hmm.
This is the road that led you to the pig farm. If you follow the road, you come to the wheat farm. The road just continues going west. Then from there.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you take a turning and go south, over here you'll find old Bob's beetroot farm. And like I said, this is all along the edge of this foresty area over here.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Should I take a quick picture and post that into the chat or something for you guys? Would that be useful?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, just take a picture at least. Might as well.
I will do so.
So then, just to clarify, it was coming from the road straight up, then, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, you guys came from the northeast because he told you to come southwest, if you remember.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Okay, let me send a quick pic. And Don asked me to send one for the stream as well. Twitchies, you have a picture as well. Oh, actually, I can just push this into onto our map in the first place. Not onto our map, onto our splash screen in the first place. And I believe the Twitchies can see the map as the thing as well, can't they?
Roll 20.
Yes. Map. just makes life a little bit easier. So just give me one moment. Upload that bad boy. Okay, so that's in there, and I'll just put that into there. Can you guys see that now on the splash screen?
Yes.
In roll 20. I'll just move that onto the parchment. There we go. That looks nice. Hey, very nice. Okay, so I've positioned it so that it's actually now directionally correct. So you can see, I'm just going to show you on the picture itself. If you see where I'm pinging, that is where you guys came from the northeast. Over here is the pig farm. Over here, you have the wheat farm. And over here, you have the beetroot farm. And this is the forest.
Okay. What do you
Paul,
guys
did you
think?
get my, as you were doing the dice, did you get my thought process?
No, tell me again, please. Sorry, because I was just sorting these out.
No worries. So the reason why I've asked about the weather and the ground is that I'm thinking that whatever this thing was, obviously approached the sty and left the sty.
Okay.
So I'm presuming there's some form of tracks which I question if Shalky was able to follow.
In that case, if you would like to just go ahead and give me an investigation check, maybe you can find some tracks or something if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm just even labeling it so that it's even better.
Thank you, Paul.
Marta's pig farm. I'm sorry, I did not prepare this particular thing. I completely did not occur to me. The Goodwheats farm.
10.
That is a 10. All right. Okay, give me one sec. Let me just finish the last thing.
Cool.
And send that to the back layer so I stop clicking it. There we go. Is that clear?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with a 10, all right, okay. So, as you cast around, Flint, you're looking for tracks, aren't you?
I'm looking for something that looks like, something's approached it and or left. I mean, if the ground is soft, I'm thinking, and this thing is meant to be big, and I presume heavy, then I'm presuming the ground is going to have some form of marking.
Yeah, might have tracked mud from the sty at least.
For example.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you head round, like you follow the perimeter of the sty, when you get to the furthest end, the most western point of the sty, you notice a couple of things. Firstly, you notice that the fence appears to be slightly bent outwards, almost as if some pressure came from inside the sty, and it also appears to be partially sunken into the ground. Perhaps old age, perhaps weather, or perhaps something else. You do, however, also notice that on the outside of the sty, where the ground is quite soft and which hasn't been trodden on by any pigs, there is a large indentation in the ground, marks almost like something was dragged. And you do also notice a couple of large footprints. These footprints are about twice the size that you would expect from a normal human's footprint.
Okay.
And they don't appear to be wearing any shoes.
Okay.
You asked me to search the sty. I searched inside the sty. And it was not a pleasure at that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Call up to Shalky.
Yes?
I point to the tracks. What do you make of those, lad?
I'll go check them out. Get closer to them, maybe.
Oscar, who's followed you, by the way, notices the fence and sort of leans against it a little bit, pushing it down, and turns to you. This wasn't like this yesterday.
So it must have happened
Very
last
weird.
night.
Yeah. So you're telling me you didn't notice the bent fence and the footprints?
To be honest, when we came out to feed the pigs this morning, we noticed that Mr. Sniffles was missing, and Mom went into hysterics. We've been in the house ever since.
Okay. Well,
It reminds me, I have to feed the pigs. And he sort of darts back into the house, towards the house, realizing.
well, at least we have a lead. Do we only see one footprint, two footprints, a set of footprints leading away?
There's a few footprints. However, like I said, the ground becomes more hard-packed as
Sure.
it leaves the vicinity of the more taken care of soiled area. And also, unfortunately, the grass does begin to get a bit longer. However, there are quite a few footprints. Let's say you count at least 5 or 6 footprints before it's difficult to start making out where they are exactly.
And in that case, then, quick question. Are the footprints going towards the sty or away from the sty?
Away from the sty, almost like they are heading towards, they're like roundabout over here. And they seem to be headed like this, towards the road, back towards the road.
Okay. So as if it went the same way it came from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's a lead at least. Should we look for anything else?
Do the footprints look familiar to the other monster?
Smart.
Because that was so smart, I'm not even going to get you to roll for it. They do. They look very large. They don't look... I mean, you didn't have enough time to examine the feet of the other monster. So in terms of details, you couldn't really make any comparisons. However, like the other monster, they're abnormally large feet.
I mean,
You
out of character,
Yeah.
the boy's description was very similar to the monster we encountered
It was
previously.
indeed. It was indeed, yes.
Purple stuff.
But the tracks can show a more accurate depiction. Maybe
Are
the.
you checking the tracks out?
I mean, I was looking at the track of the footprints and trying to see if they looked familiar.
Give me a survival check there for a little bit more information, perhaps.
Okay.
See what you can
Survival,
glean
right?
from the tracks. Yeah, survival, because survival tracking.
16.
A couple of things you notice. First, I think I mentioned earlier, but I'll just repeat. The tracks, whatever made these tracks wasn't wearing any feet. Wasn't wearing any shoes. You also notice that the tracks have 5 toes. And from the spacing of the tracks, you would say that the creature that left them was probably bipedal. Like the way that they are spaced, it doesn't appear as if they were walking on 4 legs, but rather 2 legs.
Okay.
Can we guess how large this thing is by, like one stride to the other?
Yeah, sure. As you position yourself, as a dwarf, obviously it's a little bit of a smaller pace that you make. You probably make a guess. You could probably calculate it at around 8 to 10 feet. Definitely larger than a human.
Wow.
Okay. Yep.
And
Okay.
Battle up.
with that piece of information, We're going to take a 5-minute break. Go and pee.
Oh,
go and
wow,
have your
it's
cigarette
10
break.
already.
Yeah, that's our pause quickly.
Yeah, this one did.
Okay, go and pee, go and have your cigarette, and we'll be back in 5. Okay, guys.
All
Twitchies,
right.
we'll see you at 10 past 10. Stay tuned.
And I'm just gonna stake it.
you back in?
Yeah, we're all
Or
here.
no?
No, as in, are we live again?
Yeah.
Ah, fantastic. Hello, Twitchies. Right, so, what are you guys doing? You tell me. You are having your little investigations.
Yes.
What would you guys like to do next?
Maybe we'll go to old Bob. He might have some useful information.
That is true. The footprints do seem to lead that way anyway.
Yeah, do you have any better ideas? Maybe we can go for those first, and maybe we can also split up the party. Look for
Well-
different clues.
I don't know. Usually splitting up the party is not always such a good idea. Even more so if we end up fighting against one of these. I don't think it will go very, very, very well.
Look, we're ranged. Maybe we can all just kite it back to the other person's position. Try to mitigate it out of harming more pigs.
Well, it's not the pigs I really care for that much, to be honest. I just rather not it move into town.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, I will leave that up to you if you wish to split the party or not. I personally would
No,
not
it's up to the
suggest-
party. If we do not agree with it, it's just a suggestion.
If
What does
anything,
the
we
rest of the
can,
party think?
in my opinion as well, at least we could start moving up the road towards where the footprints are coming from. If the footprints then deviate from the path, then maybe we can see from there if we should split up to following the tracks, to following to the farm.
Fair enough.
What does everyone else think?
I think that's a good idea. I say in a Russian accent.
What about Jutland?
Yes, Master Dwarf. What is your
That
take
works for
on
me,
this?
guys.
Well, footprints and road it is. Paul, lead us.
Okay, so you guys are all following the footprints together?
If they are
Yeah.
still following the road, yes.
Because,
When
like
we
I
get
said,
to a-
they do disappear after a few of the tracks. But like I also said, they are heading in the direction of the road.
Yes, but as in, are they, once they get, okay, so in that case, can we go check where the last footprint is and see if they're moving in parallel to the road or deviating straight into the forest or something, you know?
The forest is beyond.
Sorry, I mean the field.
Okay, all right, sure. No, they are heading straight towards the road. However, it becomes a bit difficult to track them in the long grass itself. Once you actually get to the road is mostly made out of stone and gravel, so it'd be a bit difficult, especially like this is, there are people who pass through this on a daily basis, so any tracks might be a little bit difficult to find. But anyone who's looking for them, actively looking for them, go ahead and give me a survival check. Maybe we find something.
Well, I'm not any good at that, but
I like you're just giving me rolls where I have a +5 on.
Oh, of course, man.
19.
All of us
Okay.
to roll for survival or just
Who's checking?
Whoever is actively checking, that's all.
okay then no.
All right, okay. Shalki, as you cast around, you notice something. You do notice not exactly footprints, but more like beneath the dozen or so other prints that have been made on the ground as gravel and stone and dust has been shifted out of the way as people have been passing through here this morning. You notice a couple of sort of larger indentations that appear to be crossing the road. And they appear to be, fresh enough that they're still here after which means they couldn't have been more than a day ago at the most.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Bob might relay some information. So I always
We'll
think
check
it's
with
best
Bob.
to talk to the neighbors. Especially Bob, since the tracks were coming from his direction.
Hmm. Well, we could do that if everyone's fine with that. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yes?
Paul, to
Okay.
understand,
Mhm.
the tracks are going down the road to the beetroot farm or across the road to the wheat farm?
They're crossing the road, so let me just show you over here on the map itself. I'm just going to very quickly do this. Freehand, like so, and I'll just do a red line. They appear to be going like so,
Aha.
in that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're going across the road, not following the road.
Ah, okay.
Actually, they would be I'll just slightly yeah, there we go. Sorry, it's a terrible arrow, but you get where I'm
Yeah.
So then maybe we try the Goodwheat farm first.
Does seem closer.
Yeah, that's
The
crossing the
tracks.
road as well, so maybe also we still need to question her regarding the night with her and the boy.
Ah, yes.
When they
forgot
saw
about
the
that.
creature.
That is true.
So it's very important that we question her, no?
Yes, I agree. Anyone?
Does the tracks look like it's gone through the fields of the farm, or has it taken a wide berth?
It doesn't look like it was heading in particular towards Goodwheat Farm.
So it's taken a berth.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I would suggest we go have a look. Anyone else think that's a good idea?
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's head off.
Okay. Where are you guys headed though?
Goodwheat
Goodwheat,
farm?
I think. Yeah, in this case.
Towards the farm?
Yes.
Yeah.
If
Towards the
anything,
farm.
the tracks would have passed close enough that maybe we try and find where it picks up again.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So, you head towards the farm. So this is sort of diverging a little bit away from the direction of the tracks themselves.
Okay.
As you're going towards the farm, you can see that out back there are 3 fields, each of them sectioned off by stone walls, and each of them has these long, swaying fields of wheat that are gently moving in the summery breeze. You can see one older gentleman who is working in one of the fields themselves, accompanied by a much, much younger lady who looks to be in her late teens, something like that. As you approach, you see the gentleman placing his till over his shoulder and walking over to the stone wall, accompanied by the young lady, and resting his shoulders against it. Good morning. Are we having a good day now?
Well,
It's an interesting day.
quite.
Yeah, it's been quite eventful.
Yes.
Sort of.
Well,
Are
We
you
are-
folks the officers from up in the city?
yes. How did you know about that?
Marta let us know that she was sending a report off to the watch. We assumed you'd be by at some point.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Do you have any information that might help us on our little quest?
Information? We didn't
Yes,
see
but-
nothing. Did you see anything, Elsa? And you see the young lady just sort of going,
Else,
Well-
before, by any chance, can we talk to you alone later? We have some more questions to talk to you in private about.
It's official business. Don't worry.
You see the girl visibly blush I don't know how I feel about you talking to my daughter in private, officer, or not. Is she in some way implicated in this?
No, it's just a formality. Ma'am, since she's a teenager, there's a high chance that she might be shy towards her father or her parent. So maybe when she is in private, she might relay some more information.
And what information do you expect to get from my teenage daughter? Let's
Any
run off into the house.
information regarding the case that we are currently investigating.
Elsa, off.
Sir, I
And
must
you see her
insist.
turning around and beginning to leave.
I must insist that you let us speak to your daughter. You wouldn't want to impede official City Watch investigation, would you?
I don't see what Elsa has to do with any of this. If you have any questions, you haven't even asked me anything yet.
Oh, we will get to you as well. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry, but we would like to speak to her first.
And why, if you don't mind me asking? What reason do you have to speak to my daughter about this? This has to do with the Applebys, not with us.
Yes. Are you not friendly with your neighbors?
Of course.
Would you not
Martha
want to help
Appleby and
your
ourselves
neighbors?
have gotten along for years.
We will talk to you alone individually later.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, I'm very happy to interrogate you first.
Yeah, fair enough. However, we need to integrate both of you individually.
This is standard procedure.
Well, you can speak to me first, and we'll see where we go from there.
That is fair.
Fair enough.
How can I help you? And he sort of takes off his till from his shoulder and is now sort of just leaning it against the stone wall so he can place his shoulder on top of it and lean a bit more casually on top of it.
Well, as we said, we're investigating the recent issues they've had with the missing pigs. What have you heard, seen, smelled? I don't know. Anything?
Well, I haven't heard much. I'm a very, very heavy sleeper.
Yeah, seems to be going around here.
Indeed.
Perhaps my wife might have heard something.
Ah, a third person for the list to speak to. If that is okay with you, of course.
Aye. First, you have to finish talking to me, though. He seems,
Well,
at this point, a little bit like sort of enjoying the fact that he has your attention.
You have no idea, out of character, you have no idea how close and how hard I am by holding back by just using suggestion to make it just give us the other ones to speak to at this point. I'm like, I will bite my tongue.
What's the next question?
The first incident happened 3 days ago. Did you see anything the following morning, or maybe happen to stumble upon any information the following morning?
No.
Okay, maybe a more general question then. How far do your fields go? How big is your field?
Well, I got this one, and that one over there, and the other one on the other side. The last one reaches almost to the edge of the forest.
Do you regularly scout your territory, or do you have people that actually go around doing what they need to, doing their daily jobs?
Myself and Elsa normally take care of the fields. Barbara stays at home.
I take it Barbara's your wife.
Yes, the light of my life and apple of my eyes.
Ah, well, sweet.
Since you say that you check up on the land, I'm pretty sure you take much care for the soil which is of the farm.
Of course. is
By any
important
chance,
to us.
we've seen some footprints coming towards this direction. Have you seen any of these footprints lying about?
Not on our farms, not that I've seen. I'm afraid. I mean, you occasionally see footprints of the odd dog or
These are not
a
typical
raccoon.
footprints. They are quite bigger than a human beings.
Yes, and seeing as
Horse?
you would notice animal tracks for some reason, you might have noticed very, very big tracks.
Seen horse tracks here before?
Think bigger.
Much bigger.
There are no cows over here. You'd have to go all the way down to Bee's Body Farm. It's just down the road, down to the south. Just follow the road. It'll take you about a day.
I motion with my hands. No, this big. Or I don't know, relative to what it actually is. The size of the footprint.
Nothing around here would feed that big.
Well, there's one right over there.
There seems to be one
He
crossing the
looks
road.
around curiously.
Well, you can go check later, I guess.
I mean, we can check it out. Maybe he's seen those footprints before, but didn't think they were footprints. Maybe he just thought they were holes in the ground since they were
That's
so
true.
big.
It is the size of a pothole, anyway.
I didn't see no footprints, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, this is not going anywhere.
Just to check.
Maybe
Oscar stayed at the farm, right?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Just to check. Oscar stayed at his farm. He didn't come with us, did he?
No, he didn't come with you.
Okay.
So can we speak to the next person?
Well, if you'd like to speak to Barbara, she's probably cooking lunch right now.
Then would you like to invite us in your humble abode?
Of course. Any officer of the law is more than welcome to have lunch with us.
Why, thank you.
And he leads you back to back across the fields and to a cottage slightly larger than Martha's cottage, but similarly well kept. As you step inside, there's a adequate kitchen, decently stocked, and you find Elsa, the young daughter, and Barbara preparing lunch. Guys, sit down for a meal with them. It's very nice to have officers of the law down here. We didn't expect them to send anyone when Martha told us that she had reported to the watch.
Sorry, Paul, can you repeat that?
It's very nice to have officers of the law down here. We didn't expect you, even though Martha said she had reported to the watch.
Yes, well, we're trying to do a thorough job.
Did you tell them about the thing I saw? My love, you have the strangest dreams sometimes, but these officers are here on official business. Eat your corn.
I interrupt him. Can you speak more about this creature?
Yes. Yeah, last night, I tried to wake Philip up, but he's such a heavy sleeper. I tried to wake him up. I heard the squealing coming from Martha's farm over yonder, and when I look out the window, I see a large thing near the edge of the forest. I'm not sure what it was. The moon wasn't out, and there were shadows everywhere. But it must have been tall as two men standing on top of each other, and it was carrying something, and I swear I could hear a pig squealing from that direction. My dear, your fantasy does take over sometimes. Don't pay her any heed. Eat your corn.
I would like to thank you, Martha. That is useful information, even though
Barbara, pleased to meet you.
Barbara, sorry. I'm not very good with names.
That's okay. What's your name, little flyman?
My name is Schalke.
Shalky. Is there any reason why the flies are buzzing around our head so much?
They are my friends. Apologies. If you want, I can take them outside. I'll be happy to wait over there.
We be simply simple country folk. We're used to flies.
Not everyone is acquainted with them as simple folk like you.
Ah, well,
In the city, they find it quite preposterous.
those hobnobs up at the city, they don't know nature if it slapped them in the face.
Yeah, they be quite I forgot the word they're quite adjusted
Posh.
to luxury. Yeah,
Aye.
posh. Yeah, exactly, posh. And thank you. However, this information that you provided to us, be it a dream or not, still is provided useful. Thank you for your information.
You see, I told you it would be useful to tell them. Yes, dear, as you say. Eat your beans.
Out of character, is the husband patronizing the wife?
Yes. The daughter, by the way, is sitting like between both of them and has at this point not said a word, is blushing beetroot red and just staring down at her plate, trying to avoid everyone's eyes. She's clearly very embarrassed and socially awkward and does not want to be here right now.
Even mine at 4'8".
Sorry?
She's even managing to dodge my eyes at 4'8".
She's looking up instead, I guess.
She's just trying in general to avoid eye contact, and she seems to be eating her meal at a ferocious pace.
I mean,
Now, you said you had some questions for little Elsa over here. What is it you wanted to ask her?
we request that we talk to her in private. Maybe after the meal, we can talk to her in a part of the farm where it's private, and the information she provides to us will be confidential.
Well, you seem to be good folks, but I'm not so sure if I'm happy letting little Elsa run around with 3 grown men. Perhaps she can speak to you, miss? And he looks at you, Echo. You're
Yes, of
currently
course.
in your crazy orange frizzy hair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course. I can speak
Great.
to her.
Would that be okay?
Only he
Elsa?
thinks I'm like the safest option.
Little does he know.
Would that be okay, Elsa?
Okay then.
Okay, so after the meal, Echo, you go off with Elsa, perhaps outside, just like around the cottage off to the side, out of sight of everyone else and out of eavesdropping vicinity. She sort of stands there awkwardly looking at you. I did not hear nothing.
Now. You can trust me. We're girls. Just, What can you tell me?
Did you speak to Oscar?
Oscar was out of character. Was Oscar
the boy, yeah.
the son, right? The 19-year-old.
Yeah.
The one who was found, well, the one who went out with her,
Yes,
basically.
yes, I did indeed.
She blushes even harder. What did he say?
I feel like my character isn't good with this stuff. Well, he said that he did in fact see the creature. And
Aye?
that he had, you and him were together.
Aye?
Time being, and you had fun and stuff.
They're just simple folk.
Oh, don't worry. He didn't. You know, you just went for a walk, whatever. Right? I totally believe that. But
Cannot tell my parents.
oh no, don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. I've, had many experiences back in the day. She did not.
Why?
No, but yes. Back to the matter at hand. Can you please tell me about the creature that you saw? Well, you must have seen it if you were with him, right?
I. It was big. It was very big.
Yes.
Scary. It had claws. And it made a sound when it moved, like when you get like a shoe, and you scrape the top against a stone, that sort of sound, a like that.
Okay.
And we hid for an hour.
Do you remember anything within this hour?
Nay.
Okay, then. Well, story adds up. That's it. What happened after the hour? Did you go back? Did you see anything else? Any information could help your lover.
Trouble.
No, as in any information you give me could potentially help your lover and his farm.
I did not know. I did not see anything, but I did hear the pig squealing after it went by. And also, there's nothing past old Bob's farm. Not for at least a day, not if you go down to the peas bodies. So I don't know where it came from. But we found it there. And she saw points along the road, sort of between old Bob's farm and the two farms, like just a mark on the map. Like somewhere here.
Oh, 1 second. Let's open it up.
That green dot that I just put down.
Okay.
You have to imagine that road between the Good Wheat and Old Bob, that's a good like 500 feet or so. That's a decent amount of distance.
All right. Interesting. And did the pigs squeal before? Do you have any idea if they squealed before they were killed, or if they, you heard them squealing because they were being attacked?
I think that'd be it.
Okay. Okay then.
And what my mum said about the creature going into the woods, she said it happened about 3 hours past the midnight. That would be about the same time.
Interesting. So it seems to be coming out at the same time every night. It might have been somewhere else when it wasn't near the pigs.
Nay, my mum heard it last night when we were out.
Oh, okay.
What I mean is, she must have seen it leaving into the forest with one of the pigs.
Oh, all right then. We spoke to her dad, right? Just now. Ah, okay. And we haven't spoken to her mom yet.
Well, she was at the table. You were speaking to her earlier.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that all? I have to go and till the fields with Papa.
That is all from my end. I should have. I think that's all the information you can provide me with anyway.
Thank you.
If you ever want to gossip about your lover, hit me up.
She blushes like supernova red and runs off into the fields where her dad is already waiting with his till.
I'm glad that got rid of her. Okay, and I run back to the others and pass on the information that she gave me.
Sure. As you guys step outside, you meet up with Echo and corroborate your information.
And before we go, I would like to thank the family for the cooperation, for the investigation, for answering our questions.
Not a problem whatsoever. It's only Barbara still in the kitchen, of course. Not a problem whatsoever. Like I said, I wasn't dreaming about that last night. Also, before you leave, here you go. And she passes you a little package that is wrapped up in a large blanket. You can smell this heavenly smell of baking coming from inside the parcel. A few sandwiches for your journey.
Did you say baking or bacon?
Bacon.
Bacon. Okay. Did they get the
Like
pigs
the
from
meat.
the other one? Okay.
Okay.
I squeal in happiness and just match it.
No, these are reserves from last year.
Either way.
Thank you, and
Thank
have
you.
a nice day.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. As you guys step outside the door of the house and you find yourselves alone, what would you guys like to do at this point?
I mean,
All the stories add up, right? 3
yeah,
days
the
ago,
story is
it,
up.
it attacked. 2 days ago, it attacked. I'm assuming us. I think it was probably the same creature. And then a day ago, it attacked again over here. Maybe if we can like find some sort of pattern and predict where it's going to attack next,
Well,
that might be a good idea.
yes. Well, at this point, I think we only have two options where we can go. Either we head to the beetroot farm or simply just try and follow the tracks further in. Paul, the tracks are leading towards the forest then, right?
From what you can tell, sure.
Okay, no, as in from the last one we saw, if you beeline from where it's pointing, it would be the forest.
I mean, once you get into the forest, it's Shalky. You would probably know this better than anyone, that the soil inside the forest would be softer because it is less exposed to the sun.
That's true.
So you would probably know that if there are tracks in there, it's going to be easier than trying to find them in the fields out here.
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
there's also the question that they all said something about old Bob. So maybe he's also ripe for questioning.
Yeah, I was about to suggest the same thing actually. Although the girl did say that there is nothing past Bob's farm, so if it didn't come from there, she can't really understand where it could have come from. So yeah, probably Bob's farm would be the ideal place to look at next.
Both the forest and Bob's farm are good places to search him.
True. Well, at this point, I think Bob's farm might be the best option. One, because it's closer, and two,
yeah,
we
then
might
we can
just
go
get
to the
more
forest,
information. Yeah, then just
I
trek to
agree.
the forest.
Yep.
It's about early afternoon at this point, by the way.
Okay. How far technically is Bob's farm? Is this an hour's journey? 15 minutes
No,
journey?
it's like 500 feet away. This
Minutes
is
or two.
like a few
in that
minutes.
case,
It's literally a few minutes down the road.
then, in my opinion, best option.
I mean, the forest is also just a few minutes away, so it is up to you guys
True.
what to do.
I still say we
Forest
go
would be
Bob's
danger.
farm first
Yeah.
because let's at least get some more information before we die.
Great way of putting it.
What's Flint's opinion on this matter?
Could you repeat that, please?
What's Flint's opinion on the matter?
No, I'm good with going to the farms. The third
Okay.
farm.
So I think
Yeah.
the vote is unanimous. Up to
Off to the
Bob's
farm
farm.
it is.
Let go.
Okay. Leads away.
Okay. You make your way down the road. As you come closer to the farm, you can see that on either side of the large cottage in the middle, which the cottage itself, whilst larger than both the Goodwheats and the Applebee's cottages, whilst larger, is in a state of considerable more disrepair. It's not that it's falling apart, it just looks older. There's a couple of timber, a couple of the walls that have, parts of them have the wood has splintered slightly. You can see a hole in one of the glass windows. A couple of shingles of the roof have fallen off. It's clear that it needs a little bit of TLC. It's not in a state of disrepair, like I said, but whoever lives here clearly hasn't been keeping up with it that much, at least in the past couple of months or so. On either side, you can see a field on either side of the cottage itself, and both of them have some sort of root vegetable. You would assume beetroots, because that's what everyone's been telling you, but all you can see are the green stalks that are poking out of the ground in rows upon rows. The cottage itself, by the way, has just above it, the cottage sort of becomes a small windmill as it reaches upwards. You can see the blades, however, are not moving in the slightest, so perhaps this was repurposed as a living quarters at a later stage, because the windmill itself is clearly out of use and the blades have been disabled so that they no longer spin. You can see a path on the left-hand side of the house that sort of reaches around to the back end of the house. And there appear to be a couple of sacks off to the side of the front door that are open and filled with soil. Clearly someone's been doing some tilling or something. What would you guys like to do?
Can I make my way up to the cottage?
Yeah, you guys are a few feet away from the cottage. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way up to the cottage and knock if there's a door. What?
I think you turned your mic off instead. Say something?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I honestly can't hear anything.
Really? Can't hear a word?
But I
it's
can
'cause
hear
he's
you.
covering his
I don't want
mic.
to
Wow.
scream too much from it.
I think it's because you're covering your mic when you do that.
It is.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
that's
do
good.
like this, and hopefully it's not going
Yeah.
to be too loud. Go on, Eddie, go away!
Okay.
Okay, go away.
That's just something.
Sarah, you better open this door before I knock it down.
Go away! I don't want any!
There
With
are
that, I'm
big
going to run around the
kids.
back.
You guys run around the back?
Yeah.
Sure. As you beat track to the back of the house, at the back you notice that there's a well that has been constructed. You can see that the stone appears relatively new. In fact, the wood that forms the little shed above the well itself, the wood itself looks new and vibrant. Even the metal lever, the metal crank that's used to bring up the bucket, everything about it looks new and pristine. This well was quite recently built, and it looks really good, really good condition. Check. Apart from that, oh right, Don just messaged me to tell me bring back the mic. By the way, sorry, you guys should have mentioned something. I forgot. I just left it there.
No, I could still hear you, but yes, I see
Yeah,
your
yeah.
point, because it would be unbalanced for the streamers, yeah. For the viewers.
Apart from that, you also notice that a small bonfire has been was recently lit over here. There are stones that form a small circle, and the ash in the middle. Like I said, it's black, but it hasn't completely gone grey, so it must be quite recently put out.
Okay. Is there a smell in the air?
Smell of what?
Well, if something's been burning, I would imagine a scent is lingering.
As you walk up to the bonfire, yes, there's definitely a smell of recent burning.
Any particular odor?
No, nothing in particular. Just a smell of flammable objects burning.
Okay. To the back of the house, is there a back door?
Yes.
Solid wood, glass and wood?
Wood, just solid wood.
I check it. Does it open?
It does.
I'll peer inside.
As you peer inside and your eyes adjust, you can see a small gnome wearing very, very simple farmer clothes. The gnome is male and he appears to be quite old. He's got a bit of a scraggly beard, which has mostly grayed out, and he's completely bald overhead. He appears to be looking at something in his hand. As you open the door slightly, it of course makes a "ee" sound as it does so, and he glances at you, and you see him very quickly reach out to a dresser next to him, pull open a drawer, toss something in the drawer, and slam it shut again. He tells you, "Oh, what are you doing here? This is my property. I said I don't want any. Get out!"
With that, I pull open the door and slam it against the wall or against the side of the house.
What are you doing? You can't be in here.
Officer of the
You're
watch!
trespassing.
I shout at him, Officer of the watch!
You got a warrant?
We're here to investigate the murders.
Yeah, well, you can come back when you got a warrant.
Excuse my friend,
You guys are not here. You're
Oh
on the
no,
other
we're
side
at the front of the house.
Okay. Then I won't stop.
We're just hearing screaming and commotion, I guess.
door.
God damn.
He scuttles towards you and starts pushing you out. Get off of my property! How dare you barge in here!
I grab him. How heavy is this guy?
He's light. He's an old gnome.
Pick him from his hands and just lift him up myself.
Unhand me! How dare you!
And I cart him out outside and go around the front of the house.
Okay. At this point,
legs dangling.
I need you to make a grapple check. I mean, it's...
You're the dwarf, right? Out of character, you're the dwarf.
Right?
Yeah.
You're already a dwarf, right?
Yeah.
So
But
it's
gnomes
just
are much shorter.
a short and he's just getting a gnome.
What do you need for the grapple check?
Oh, just roll your strength. Just roll a d20 and add your athletics, please.
Athletics. Okay. Yeah, 21.
All right, okay. I mean, the DC was really low on this. Yeah, well, no problem whatsoever. You yeet this guy off of the ground and pick him up. He's screaming at you the whole time. Who are you? Give me your number! I'm going to report you to your superiors! How dare you unhand me!
I tell him, do you like to fall, laddie? And I just loosen the grip so like he feels that, if I let my hands open, it's gravity and floor time.
As you loosen the grip slightly, letting him down slightly in front of your face, he starts kicking out at your face with his feet, screaming, "What brutality! What brutality!" Yes, make a name for yourselves.
At which point I will now... I'm going to do that. I'm going to shove him into a headlock.
Gasoline on the fire.
Like a hog. I'm just going to do that. Let him kick out at the back and just carry him round the front.
He's screaming at you the whole time, calling you words that I cannot mention because we are currently on stream. However, he is not a happy bunny.
Okay, I get him out the front and I place him down in front of the others at this point.
Now, what have you found?
Dusts himself
There you
off
are.
and goes, "How dare you pick me up and manhandle and gnome handle me?
Hey, at least your door is still intact.
No, it's not! Not the back one anyway! Are you officers as well?
I apologize for my
I just
friend's
stared
work,
at him like.
but in his defense, you were making it very hard to cooperate.
Great! What? I have nothing to say!
You seem
Well-
quite defensive. It's just a few harmless questions. If you're innocent, you've
Questions
got nothing
about
to
what?
fear. About the recent events of what happened in
There are big creatures going
in
around
Martha's
terrorizing everything,
farm.
and they've been seen around your farm, therefore making you a suspect. So you can either
Creatures around
cooperate.
here!
No need for accusations right now. Just harmless questions. We don't need to give them more information than they need. I whispered, yes, okay.
Yes, I whisper back. That is fair.
I'm not going to tell him you don't deserve this information. Then, anyways, we would like you to cooperate for a few harmless questions to the recent events of a couple of nights ago.
I ain't got nothing to say! And after being known like that, I wouldn't mind to report you all to your superiors!
Now, my friend, please, what is your name?
Bob!
Bob. Yes. So, Bob, please, have a seat. I wish
It's
to have a
old
word.
Bob!
Old Bob. Sorry, I didn't want
It's
to
the
do
term of... What's the word I'm looking for again?
endearment.
No.
Respect.
Status, respect.
Status,
Age?
yes. Respect. It's a term of respect!
Yes, it's
Do you have
almost
any
a-
friends, Bob?
Hmm?
Do you have any friends, Bob?
Do you?
Sorry, just to interject, because I don't know if everyone's having the same problem. Is
Yeah,
Paul
yeah,
cutting
yeah.
out?
Yeah.
He's cutting out. I was gonna tell him to repeat.
The volume for some reason.
Yeah.
It cuts out
Sometimes
some-
it's sort of like sometimes just starts mid-sentence.
Okay, wait, let me just... Da.
Yeah.
Perfect,
okay,
perfect,
okay.
perfect,
Fine, yeah.
perfect.
Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe this was a bit loose or something. Sorry about that.
No. That's why I mentioned it. Don't worry.
What's it to you?
Well, just do you know Martha?
Yeah, or the Applebee's. Nasty sort.
You don't seem to be very amiable towards them.
What's it to you?
I mean, she's part of the investigation. And you're her neighbor, so it's very important information to say if you are friendly with your neighbors.
Ha! Neighbors! And he spits on the ground. I don't want nothing to do with them Applebee's, nor do I want anything to do with the Goodweeds. So it's all of them.
And
What
why
do you
is
grow
that?
in your farm?
Beetroots!
Interesting. And I'm looking to buy beetroots, actually.
Yeah, you can buy them at the market.
Okay, clearly this isn't going anywhere. Bob, please. Yes?
What you want, Tim Man?
Okay, well, let's not call people names, but okay.
After Shorty over there picked me up and gnome handled me, I'll call you what you want. What I want too.
Well, this will be more enjoyable now. I am casting suggestion on him, by the way.
Okay.
So, I would suggest that you simply quiet down, relax, be, maybe a bit more friendly and answer all the questions that we need. Because, if we do get all the questions answered and everything goes as planned, then we will leave you alone. Your farm will be left to its own devices, and no one is at risk of being attacked. And you would like that, because it would include you. And you don't want to be attacked. Well, other than by the dwarf, but we can forget about that.
What's the save on that?
The
save PC?
Yeah, it's 14, so it's not very high, but hoping.
He seems to think about it for a few seconds, tapping his foot against the ground. Fine!
Well, at least the questions thing worked, not the friendliness, but, you know, better than nothing. Have you heard anything regarding the recent pig disappearances, any giant monsters, weird footprints, weird noises at night?
No, haven't heard anything.
No pigs squealing in the middle of the night? No young couple frolicking in your fields?
They're doing what in my fields?
Couple of pigs. Couple of pigs, I meant. I apologize.
Those blasted pigs are getting out their skies and eating my beetroots! I'll have Applebee's head for this!
Calm down.
Calm
You
down,
will get
calm
your
down.
pigs for
Actually,
food.
you might want to be more worried about the actual issue because that's affecting farms more than, you know, a couple of kids frolicking.
That is true.
If you cooperate with us, this might
Nothing
actually
happened to
benefit you.
me.
Well, not yet.
Not yet, but, you know, there seems to be a pattern here.
Yes. And it does seem
And
partial
you
to
might be
gnomes.
next.
Yes.
Interested in nothing. I leave well enough alone, and well enough alone leaves me alone.
Someone stop me from killing it.
Calm down, everyone.
Please,
Calm down.
Echo, it's fine. Hopefully he'll start talking, not shouting. Yes?
Calm down. Apologies, you seem to be quite the long face, dear sir.
Paul,
Look. You are a farmer, you must be a very good friend of nature. Are you not?
I know how to till my fields just right to get the ripest beetroots. I'm the best beetroot farmer this side of ages.
Probably the only
Exactly. So to help with our cooperation and maybe to be more amiable towards your neighbors, if you want, I can help around the farm, maybe speed up the process a little bit.
I told you, I don't know nothing.
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
I take it the spell didn't work then?
Spell did work.
It did work, but that's all I
Yeah, I mean, he was more
Okay.
willing to.
Okay.
Persuasion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, shit.
No,
Okay.
because in that case, if Hex realizes that it worked, then he also knows that there's no use in... I wouldn't push him any further, because he said everything he knew.
Yeah, 2.
2?
but is it suggestion? They will only say if they want to.
I mean, persuasion.
No, if it passes, no.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
So I technically won.
Yes.
Yeah?
Well, no,
Oh,
you did win, yes. You did beat that. He just goes,
Well, if you want to help out around the farm, I don't need no help from nobody anyway.
I mean,
Well, I have nothing else that I can tell you. I haven't heard nothing. I haven't seen nothing. All I hear are those damn pigs squealing from over Applebee's. But I didn't hear nothing. And I'm a light sleeper.
This isn't about the questions anymore. I want to see if I can help you to be more amiable towards your neighbors.
I don't need that. I'm old, I've been around for longer than you have, and I'm not interested in being friends with anyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am done here, I am very tired, and I need to have a nap.
Is there by any chance is there any grass on the ground at the? Is there any grass on the ground in the
Hey, you guys are standing on grass.
So I cast Druidcraft to make the grass get a little bit longer. I send my flies at the ground and they start glowing a little bit. And after they head out and the grass gets a bit longer, that's how Druidcraft works.
He looks at the grass. He looks at you.
I've been around for 300 years, Blueface. I've seen druids come and go. I know how to till my fields.
And with that, he turns
Fair enough.
around and heads into his house. And we're going to take a 5-minute break there, guys, because I badly
Okay.
need to pee, and we've been going for over an hour.
Fair
So
enough.
we'll come back around 15:15. Let's make that 7 minutes. We'll come back at around 15:15.
Yeah,
Jeez.
that's
See you
good.
guys in a bit.
Cool. I'm fine with it.
Time is short and we still got a lot to go.
Yeah, we still need to kill something.
Okay. So, after your encounter with Old Bob, you guys are left slightly stunned by the whole ordeal outside of Old Bob's cottage. He has slammed the door forcefully, and there is silence coming from inside the cottage. One thing that I did not mention, and so we're going to sort of do this a bit retroactively. Everyone who is proficient in medicine, I would like a check, please.
Okay.
Ah, yes.
24.
Ah.
Okay.
I did 1 sec. $18.
So you guys, with your more extensive knowledge of, humanoid bodies and being able to tell almost in an instant where an injury is and that sort of thing, you did notice one thing about old Bob. He seemed exhausted out of his mind. The way he was moving, the way he was carrying himself, his pale complexion, he seemed really, really tired.
It's almost like he wasn't sleeping.
Or something.
Was there any visible wounds?
No. None whatsoever. Not that you could see, anyway. This is information privy to you guys, of course. If you wish to share it with the others, it is up to you.
I mean, we'll
Yes,
talk.
I will.
Okay.
So he doesn't seem to be sleeping. Well, don't think it changes much, but he wouldn't have lied since he was under my spell at that point.
I mean, he was just calm, no?
He
Well-
does it without knowing.
That's my point, yes. Well,
Out of character, take a werewolf. When it shapeshifts, is it aware it's shapeshifting?
Certain types of werewolves, yes.
So
if we're
this
talking
was
about
aware.
D&D specific, then they are aware of their shape-shifting most of the time, at least from what I've read.
okay.
So are other shapeshifters, because there are other types of lycanthropes in D&D. They're
That's what I
normally
think,
aware of their
exactly.
shape-shifting, yes.
Okay. So it's not a case of lost time in this case. Well, it's up to you guys. We could either keep focusing on him, but I don't know if that will get us anywhere, or we could just simply trudge off into the forest and see what we find.
What
The
time
sun
of day
has
is it?
moved a little. I was about to mention the sun has moved a little bit across the sky. It's probably just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The
And
sun
how many hours?
will
What
probably
if-
set in about 2.5 hours on a summer day like this.
What if we
Okay.
camp here until
On
what
his
if we camp
land.
here?
I mean,
In front of his cottage, right
No.
here.
Not
pretty-
like right here, but somewhere close
Okay.
by, so that we can see what happens, in the wee
Mhm.
hours
Yeah.
of the morning.
But we have
the
enough
birds.
time to see any
Yeah, maybe we can
see any
visit the
tracks in the
forest
forest first.
Yes.
I agree.
It's best
Maybe
that
in
we do
that
before the
case,
sun goes down.
yeah, we set up camp first, then head in. Hopefully that gives us some time to actually roam around. If things get too dark, then we can simply just go back and, camp out.
That's a good idea.
Are we good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Realistically, unless you're planning to set up a tent or something, setting up camp wouldn't take you more than a few minutes, by the way.
Okay.
Oh,
So it's
nice,
not
okay.
a whole hours thing.
I mean, it's a warm summer day. You won't be facing torrential storms or anything like that in the evening.
That's true. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, then forest it is then, I guess. Paul, in the meantime, if we are going to go into the forest, I would prefer if Agares in crow form is just also circling around the trees if we're there already, just to see if she sees anything.
In crow form?
Yeah, because she transforms into her crow form. I'd rather do it in crow form just in case any of the farmers see her, not to alarm anyone.
All right, okay.
Because it doesn't change any of her stats. It's just her shape. So mechanically speaking, no difference.
No, I just wanted to ask, but don't you need to recast spell to do that?
No, because her transforming is one of her innate abilities. She has shape changer. That's why. So
right,
I don't
okay.
need to do that.
I thought you were going to recast Find Familiar.
No.
You require some materials in order to do
I
that.
do. No. In this case, it is just simply her with all her stats, just a different form.
All right, okay,
At least that way she also gains flight and flight speed. So
sure. So, you guys make your way into towards the forest. The sun is still beating down. It's still like very, very light outside, and as you step in between the trees, it's almost with a sense of relief as you find a little bit of shade away from the sun. Agres goes on ahead. However, very quickly, after maybe 15 minutes or so of you guys walking through the trees, actually, before we move forward, is there anything you guys want to do as you're moving into the forest?
I'd like to check for any tracks if maybe they reappear.
Survival check, please.
I mean, to be honest, if there's nothing that we're actually looking for, that might be the best option. Well, with 22, I'm pretty sure it'll be fine.
Two things you notice, Shalki, as you're moving through the trees. One, the reappearance of the tracks from the same direction from the road where you saw them moving previously, now heading deeper into the forest. Two, as your eyes scan from side to side, you notice one tree in the path of the tracks. In fact, the tracks go around it. And upon the tree, you reach out because you see this blackish liquid, just a smear across the tree. And as you reach out to touch it, it's wet.
Is it similar to any substance that I've touched before? Or
Yeah, it smells like blood.
It's white.
But I'm already freezing.
It's
is it a
a
dark
dark,
red?
it's a very dark red.
Does the smell familiar to any sort of animal?
I'm not sure if you'd be able to know that information.
I don't think I know, but worth a shot.
I think that is
Can we
probably
get
beyond the
blood?
scope of what a normal person would know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Can we see a trail of blood?
Unless you have a spell or some ability that might give you this information. Can you see a trail of blood? No, not as such. But as you scan around, as you move along the tracks over time, as the minutes go by, you guys do notice here and there, dotted around, a drop of blood on the forest floor beneath you, a fleck stained against another tree trunk, just droplets here and there, almost as if what was bleeding wasn't profusely bleeding out, but was indeed bleeding and moving around in such a way that the blood was moving quite far away from whatever was bleeding.
This is weird. How far away are the trees from each other?
No, we're talking maybe 5 feet apart, but along the track itself, it's not like it was pooling in a line down the middle. Whatever
Okay.
it was maybe swinging from side to side or something along
Oh,
those
okay, I'm
lines.
touching. Okay.
Okay. So it's only up against the trees, you said?
No, I said on the floor. as
Oh,
well.
even on the floor. Okay.
Does it form a track by any means?
Yeah, it follows the footprints that you have found in the ground, the large non-humanoid sized or large humanoid sized rather footprints that you found in the ground.
Well, didn't we say that the creature has white blood?
Yes, but it might be the pig's
True.
blood as well.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah, that it's the blood of one of its victims. That was on it.
Guys, can you give me a minute?
Sure.
Yes.
What do you need?
I cast augury.
Oh.
How do you do so? Would you like to, RP describe how you do that?
Okay, sure. So I rummage into my backpack and I get out what looks to be bone-like small digits. I kind of shake them like a dice and I throw them on the floor.
Bone-like?
Bone-like sticks, like if you had to think of like give it more feel, it's like small bones, like of a hand, or like the digits of a hand.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You scatter them onto the floor, and close your eyes for a moment, tapping once more into the invisible spell weave around you. When you open your eyes to look at the cast bones on the floor, it spells out woe.
Whoa.
Not as in the no, as in the message is woe.
Yep,
W-O-E.
I got you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Guys, we best be careful. And with that, I pick up the bones and I draw my crossbow.
Trouble afoot?
Aye.
In that case, I cast Armor of Shadows on myself. Mage armor.
Okay, all right. There's a very, very brief pulse of light that shimmers around your body as you do so before it coalesces with your skin and disappears. However, now as people look at you, it almost seems like you have the very faintest outline all around you. A dark, very dark, minute outline that surrounds you. After about 15 minutes of moving forward, you see a crow flitting through the trees on its way back to you.
Agares, there you are. Did you find anything?
The crow alights upon your shoulder and transforms back into the form of Agres. She turns to you. The carcass is ahead.
A pig, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, just one?
Yes. There is company. Creatures
Creature?
I've never seen before.
Multiple creatures.
Yes, 3 of them.
Well, we best be ready. This might be a hard fight ahead. Thank you, Agares. Is it just straight up?
Straight ahead. Follow the path.
Okay.
Follow the prints.
Okay. Well, that gives us some information. Not the best news, but at least we know what we're getting into. If it's anything like the last one we fought, one was hard enough. I'm not sure how we're going to take 3 at once.
Agreed.
But we might not really have a choice unless we... I don't think luring them out one at a time will actually work, will it?
Might be
Well, unless Agarez is willing to sacrifice herself once more to just simply dart in and try and get one out here.
I don't think they would be interested in me. I think you'll see what I mean when you get there. It's quite unsettling.
Always leaving it up to a surprise. Thank you. You know what I like. I suggest we scout ahead slowly and see if we find anything. Just everyone be quiet.
You just get one brief mental image from Agres, followed by an emotion that is very clearly disgust. The image is of several teeth lining a wide, round mouth, connected to a long serpentine head, and the teeth are diving down towards pink flesh.
Well, that's an image. Well, whatever we're going to see. Well, it doesn't look like anything we fought before. It's not anything. It's not exactly like the thing we fought before then.
No, they're not creatures I've ever seen before. They don't appear to be like the creature we fought before.
This one seems to be different. And all three are the same?
Yes.
Okay. Well, hopefully these are easier. What do you guys suggest? Should we walk in slowly? Maybe we can get the drop on it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
I can try and sneak ahead if you guys wish.
Ahead, but keep our weapons at arms, so
yes,
just in case.
Yes, Echo, you might be best if you attack from afar anyway.
Well, that is true.
Well, still scout ahead, but try and keep your distance. You don't want to be caught unawares.
As you guys are walking, you get to the edge of a clearing. Agres places a hand on your neck, Hex. There, just beyond the tree line. So you peer forward. You can see the clearing is quite open, and dragged into the center of it and left there is a large pink pig's carcass, bleeding profusely from several wounds all along its body.
Okay.
Surrounding the creature are these things that look almost like human-sized worms. Their mouths are round and gaping, lined with many, many teeth. Their gelatinous bodies sort of serpentine curve backwards as they slither all over the pig's carcass. Their skin color is this sort of sickly yellow in nature, and you can see large bulbous greenish blue eyes in the front of them. They are gouging out small parts of the pig and appear to be trying to eat it. Would you guys like a visual aid?
If you have one. I'm scared to say yes, but yes.
Hope none of the Twitchies are eating.
There you guys go.
Where did you put it?
Oh, did I not switch you yet? Sorry. I clicked to it and forgot to switch you guys. There you go. Oh, allow me one moment to switch back to the other screen very quickly, so I can show you guys exactly what the creatures themselves look like.
Okay.
They look like this.
Okay. I see.
Okay.
That is.
They look almost
strange.
cute.
Yeah. Like a Pokemon.
Now we're going to switch back to there. Now, as I said, you can see the pig carcass in the middle. Do you like the picture I chose for the pig carcass?
Very cute.
And I'm quickly going to pop you guys in as well.
Okay.
There you go. So, what would you guys like to do? Can you guys see your little? I just put you guys down here. There you go.
Look exactly the same.
Wait, I've got what? I forgot to bring out Flint. There we go. There's Flint. What would you guys like to do?
And it's a clearing. There are no trees then, right?
No, it's clearing. It's clearing.
It's a clearing. Okay. What size are we talking about here? As in mechanically, do they look like they're medium or large?
They are large.
They are large. Okay.
Mechanically, yes. If you guys would just like to very quickly move your tokens so I can check that you all have control over your tokens.
Yep.
Everyone's okay? Everyone can move their token properly?
I don't think I can move. No one said.
Yeah, I can move mine.
Okay, I can.
Shami, okay? Yes, okay.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Well, do we just get the drop on then? I mean,
Sure.
might be able to do some decent damage if we just go
Actually,
in
I'm just gonna
before
do
they notice
this.
us. Oh no, two have disappeared. Where did they go?
Haha.
There they are.
Because I just figured rather than doing the health for every one of them, if I just copy one and duplicate
Copy one
it,
of
that's
them,
way
yeah.
faster. In case you guys decide to fight them, there's the health bar already. There you go.
In case. In case.
Totally up to you guys.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, how are we doing this? Personally, I would suggest that Echo has first go. Usually she does tend to do more damage alone from afar.
Okay. That
Yeah,
is
we're
fair.
just going to ignore what Z said at this point.
Which was?
He said that there might be a way where we can resolve these difficulties without any damage whatsoever.
Oh, to us?
Or to
Are we sure we
them.
can take them on is my question. Like they decimated pigs, huge pigs.
Well, yes, but a pig can't fight back, can it?
I mean, yeah, fair.
Well, unless any of you have any better ideas then?
This is the same creature we took on.
No,
No.
it's completely
all right.
different.
Okay.
These
I mean,
look
yeah.
less like monstrosities and more like simple beasts.
Okay. All right.
In fact, I was going to ask,
Fair.
these are not the things with the feet then that we were tracking? Or are they?
Can see no feet.
Yeah, exactly. Which means the actual creature might still be close by.
Or it's two separate takings.
Or maybe they fuse. Maybe. Just.
Well, unless any of you want to speak to them, I don't see any other option at this point.
Okay, getting tired of the conversation. I sneak attack.
Before you run, let me bless you.
Okay. Okay, so
So are you blessing anyone? Flint?
Well, the bless counts for 3, so I'll obviously bless the 3 in the party.
Okay, no, because I just want to put markers on you guys, that's why.
Okay.
Okay, so blessing's a concentration spell, if I remember correctly, so I'm just going to put that on you, Flint. And
What does Bless give again?
1d4 to all your saving throws and attack rolls until for 1 minute.
Yep.
nice.
For 1 minute.
To 3
Okay.
people.
Well, I have assassinate, so and it's technically going to be surprise, right?
This would be a surprise round, yes, for sure.
So it's a critical hit automatically.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yep.
nice. So I don't even need to roll, right?
That does
When
not
you
sound
roll
like
one of them, I
D&D,
guess.
so I'm just going to double check.
Yeah. It says you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. And then it says in addition, any hit you score against a creature that is okay, so I have to hit first.
Yeah.
Any hit you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit. Okay, so I have advantage.
Oh,
Are you guys going to act during the surprise round, or are you letting her get the surprise round?
That's +7, so
well, I planned at least that she tries to take the first hit, and then obviously we attack after her. Because I think
So
So
hers
you'll
was
be so go ahead and make your attack.
16 because I
Echo.
forgot to add the +7.
okay.
16 to hits, so that is a
Okay.
crit.
Nice.
We are rolling crits, so go ahead and roll. I don't know. That's tons of damage. I don't know how much.
It's 2d6, so 12 plus.
Oh no, but we're rolling them, right? It's not an automatic full. You
Yeah,
said
yeah,
full.
we're rolling them.
Okay, so
We're running roll.
okay.
So it's your crossbow damage times 2, and your sneak attack damage times 2, then plus any extra modifier.
It's fine, right? If I roll 2d6 like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mother Solo. Okay, and then my crossbow times 2 crossbow as well.
Yep.
Short bow, sorry. Okay.
Short bow. Yep.
Yeah.
And then plus whatever your damage is. What is your damage? Your damage modifier?
+5. +5. Oh my god, so low.
Okay. So that is 15 damage in total.
Mhm.
All right, so you go ahead and you make your attack. And I guess we have to put in the combat music now. Just stop that. Okay. And obviously I need to stand up now. Right, okay, so your crossbow, your short bow fires off the arrow. The arrow arcs across the clearing, striking one of the creatures. As the arrow sinks into the very soft flesh of this creature, it turns around. Does it have any resistance to what you just did to it? I don't believe so. No. So, as it sinks into the soft flesh, you see it go. And it begins to slither across the ground towards you. You see another of the creatures also breaking off from the carcass and slithering towards you. However, the third one seems to continue to gorge itself into the flesh. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
I'm rolling out.
A 4.
You and I think both you and Owen need to reroll.
Oh wait, no, mine's a 6. Oh, sorry, I forgot
Oh.
the +2. Yeah, it's a 6. Thanks.
So-
I forgot.
Shalky, what's your initiative, please?
My initiative is 8.
Okay. Echo?
23.
Hex?
6.
Lint?
4.
Oh wow, we got lovely rolls this time. Okay, so that was a surprise round. This is first round. Echo, you're up first. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I have an advantage on attack roll since they haven't taken their turn yet. And so
Yes.
I can still use sneak attack, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I have advantage, yes. Okay, cool. So
How much is that to hit, please?
oh sorry. I forgot to roll to hit. Dash R 1d 21.
21 hits. Roll that damage. Sorry, I'm just getting another pen because this pen is not working, unfortunately.
21. Oh wait, no, because it's not critical now. So it's 10 plus just 1d6. Oh my, okay, it's still 21.
21? Why is it 21 and not 11?
Because I had the bottom one is just the short bow. The 10 is the sneak attack.
Alright, okay, but you don't
one
add your
between them was
modifier
the
to
same.
both of them. You don't add your modifier to both of them, just
I
to one of
didn't.
them.
I
No.
didn't.
The top one is
The
just
first one is 2d6, and then the one at the very bottom is plus 5. The one on top of it is a mistake, because that's what was when I had the advantage before.
So it's the 10 and the bottom 11.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not the
so
11 in
21
between.
damage.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, your second bolt arcs across the clearing, striking the creature in its side. It keeps on slithering towards you.
As a bonus action, I would like to hide if it's possible.
Where would you like to hide? There are some trees around you, but
trees?
you've stepped into the clearing at this point.
Can't I move back into one of the trees and try to hide there?
You can duck behind a tree, but it is coming straight towards you. It knows exactly where you are.
Okay. Can I, would it make sense to disengage?
It can't take an attack. It's not about to take an attack of opportunity against you because you're not within melee range.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, I'll just remain there then.
Okay, alright. It keeps on slithering towards you. How far can this thing move? Let's just see. That's 50 feet. Alright. So it's going to go ahead and use the dash action so that I can get right up next to you. And that is its action. The other one is also going to slither towards you. Let me just calculate 60 feet. Boom.
Bye, guys.
Okay, Shalky, you're up next. What would you like to do, Shalky?
Okay, I would like to cast Hunter's Mark on, can I ping by any chance, or?
Yes, just hold it down on the creature. Okay, sure. You cast Hunter's Mark to that.
And so, that's... That's one. And I attack with my longbow.
Go for it.
So 2 plus 1. $17.
17 hits.
And plus 6, 1d6. Okay, so that would be 11 damage.
11 damage. This is your crossbow? Your bow, sorry?
Yeah, it's just my bow, my longbow.
Alright, okay. A quick... the arrow flies across, sinking into the gelatinous flesh of the creature. It hisses at you as this happens, and turns its attention now towards you. That is 11 damage, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You see the third creature just sort of moving across the pig. It just appears to be gorging itself at this point. Hex, you're up next. What would you like to do?
Okay, so in that case, I like. I'm trying to look for the ruler.
Well, for me, it's the fifth option down, but I don't know about you guys. The one that looks like a circle with a little line going through it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that would be 15. Okay. I think that should be fine. So I want to move there.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, just a bit more. And cast Burning Hands. Now it's a cone, so I want to see if I can angle it that it hits both these two without hitting her. So at least, try and get an angle like this, as in, you get me?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So you blast basically, and the flames just go up right in front of Echo.
Yeah.
Just like this of fire. They both need to make dex saving throws, if I remember correctly.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So I'm going to do it for the first one, the more injured one right now.
Sure.
That is 19. And second one, that is 3.
Ah.
So roll that damage. First one takes only half damage.
Yes, exactly. So that was a /R3. Oh wait, no, it would be 4d6 because I'm casting it at second level in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's 13.
13. Okay, half that is 6. So that takes 6 damage, and that takes... Oops. That takes 13 damage. Okay.
Yeah, I will then just use the rest of my movement. I moved 20, I think, so I'll
Yes.
just at least take 5 step further back just to be safe.
Sure. So you rush forward, dashing around Echo. Your hands extend outwards. Gizmos whirl in your hand. No. But there's just... No, of course, you tap into the spell weave. There's a brief flash of arcane energy around your hands, and there's a whoosh as they are both engulfed within flames. Okay, Flint, you're last on the initiative order. What would you like to do, dude?
Lightning bolt on the one that has the most health.
Go for
of the
it.
two. Okay, so that's a... 17 hits.
17 hits.
And that is... 16 radiant damage.
I'm not seeing your rolls. Oh, there they are. Bit delay. How much radiant damage?
16.
16. Okay, you extend your arm outwards. There is a funnel of radiant energy blasting outwards towards the creature. It briefly, completely envelops it. And you hear it screaming from inside. When it dissipates, you can see that the creature is bleeding from the numerous piercing radiant blows that it has just experienced. It's still up though. Top of the order.
Hold on, hold
sorry,
on.
yes.
At that point, I shout out, "Fire at that one!"
Okay. All right. Top of the order round, you see the other creature, which was till now gorging on the pig, starting to pay a bit more attention to you guys as it slithers over the body of the pig towards you. Echo, what would you like to do? Echo?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, you're back. Yeah.
Okay.
You're back.
Okay, so since I'm within 5 feet of the creature, I still have advantage, right? in what
Not
advantage?
currently.
Sneak attack.
If
Not
she
currently.
fires at the one that I shot at, she does.
Yes, but because she's within 5 feet with a short bow, that gives her disadvantage,
no,
so
but I
those
have-
would cancel each other out.
Can't I use my
yes.
rapier?
Yeah,
Sorry?
but you will have to drop the bow.
Yeah, you can drop the bow onto the ground and unsheath your rapier and do that.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Okay, go for it. You do not. Yeah, you have advantage because of guiding balls,
Alright,
right?
yeah,
Yes, that
guiding
gives.
It's an dim light, basically, that glitters around it.
The next attack roll is made with advantage.
Let me do it again, just in case. Nope. Okay, so first one.
Okay, 20 hits. So roll 1d6 plus your modifier plus 2d6.
1d8, no? Rapier.
Rapier? Rapier, yes. Rapier is 1d8.
Plus 22.
All right. Okay, 22 damage. You slice through the other creature. Your blade going through the front part, beheading it completely. As
Right.
it drops to the ground, you can see its body still moving across, almost like a beheaded snake.
Right. And as a bonus action, I'm going to move as far as I can away.
As in, you are using disengage to move away without
Yes.
attacks of opportunity. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I have to see how far I can move.
You can move 30 feet, I believe.
Okay, so it's gonna move here for now.
Okay. So that one is out of the initiative order. Okay, you see the other one rushing up towards you, Hex, the closest target. And it is now within range. It is going to go ahead and use its multi-attack. First attack with its tentacles. That is 11 to hit.
No.
No. Second attack is with its bite. That is 15 to hit.
Nope.
All right, okay. As it leaps towards you, you very deftly dodge out of the way. Its jaw clamps around your arm. However, the mage armor is still in effect, and you very quickly whap it off of you. Okay, Shalky, what would you like to do? You're up next.
So, I'll sheathe my bow and unsheath my two short swords.
Okay.
Then I'd like to run towards the worm closest to Hex and do strike the dual strikes.
Okay, make the first attack.
Okay, so
Can he unsheath and sheath on the same turn? Because she had to drop the bow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have the bow in your hand? No, you're going to have to drop the bow and you can only unsheath one weapon.
okay, then I'll just use
Unless
my
you
longbow.
have dual wielder, I
Yeah.
believe.
You can take both of them at once.
No, I just have to weapon fighting. I'll just use my longbow.
Oh, your longbow?
Yeah, just keep it with the longbow.
So you're going to stay at range. All right, okay, go for it.
So that is.
I see you calculating things there, Flint.
Oh, 20, does a 20 hit?
20 hits.
And this isn't the same way I had Hunter's Mark one, right?
This is not the same one you had Hunter's Mark on. No,
Then
that
10
one is dead.
damage.
10 damage. That'll be enough. You fire off another quick arrow. The arrow pierces between the eyes of the creature. You see its mouth close completely, then open up once more, then close once more. Then as it opens up again, it very slowly tilts and falls down to the ground. The mouth still hanging agape with a... Okay. Hex, you're up next. The creature it looks to be eyeing you guys. It seems interested.
Well, we've taken 2 down. I just cast Eldritch Blast at it. It's
All right.
It's less than 120 feet, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Oh, sorry, that's +6. Still. 8.
What?
8 doesn't hit. It would be 8, but 8 doesn't hit.
8 does not hit, the blast going right over its head. Do you want to move or do anything else?
No, I'll stay at that distance.
Okay, after the blast goes over its head, you see the creature begin to slid over the corpse of the body, and then you see its eyes noticing the 2 dead creatures in front of you. It seems to assess its current situation, and you just see it going... And you see it sort of like disappearing again behind the carcass of the pig, and then you see it slithering off away towards the clearing to the other side as fast as its little worm-sized...
That was just a warning shot. I planned not to hit it. There we go. Scared it away.
I'm pretty sure it's best we follow it.
I mean, we know which general direction it's going, so we could. I would suggest we have a quick look at the pig area, see if there's any signs of tracks. Because do keep in mind, these are not the creatures we're technically looking for.
These are not the creatures you're looking for.
They do have the
That's what
pigs.
suggestion for.
They do have the pigs.
They do have the pigs, but the tracks do not match, and the description of the monster does not match what the woman said.
Maybe they can lead us to it.
That is fair, yes. I mean, we did take these 2 down with some ease, I guess. We might be able to take the other one on.
What does the rest of the party think?
What do you think? Should we venture on after it?
I'm not. I think it makes more sense to stay back and like investigate here for now. What if it leads us to a nest?
That is a very good fear.
I mean, I like, yeah, we need to help them, but we're not exterminators.
Again, these are not the creatures they were looking for. So
Exactly.
they might not need them exterminated. These creatures might not even venture into the farm areas.
But these are like weird creatures, right? They're not normally here. Or we don't
Can
know
we tell, Paul, if these creatures are at least normal beasts, or if they are some sort of weird creature that is not supposed to be here?
They don't look like monstrosities.
They don't look too out of place. It does look like a dangerous creature, but nothing that would be like, why is this here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could safely make that assumption.
Okay.
I mean, everyone here proficient in nature. Give me a check.
Come on, use us +5 again.
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
It's not nature.
Really? You're a druid? Well, no, you're not a druid, sorry. But
+2 in nature. Still proficient.
Yeah.
someone dumped their intellect, I think.
11.
Anyone else?
I'm not proficient in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
With an 11, I'd say at the very least, Shalki, you could probably determine these creatures are scavengers, like a vulture might be.
Okay.
So again, not out of place at least.
They don't seem to be out of place that much, but
Hmm.
I mean, it's kind of weird that they do have the pigs. Maybe the creature dropped it off as trying to throw off the scent.
I mean, possibly. Then again, we don't know if the creature is actually using it for food. Could have just simply killed it, dragged it off, and left it here.
As you're casting around, you know the tracks you were following do lead up to the pig's carcass.
Well, let's have a look and see if these tracks at least go in the same direction. If not, we'll see from there. Can we go up to the pig and see which way the footprints extend to?
You walk up to the pig and you look around. Everyone who's actively looking, give me investigation checks.
Sure.
Everyone who's not actively looking, let me know what you're doing, and perhaps we'll do some checks for that.
I rolled a 7.
I'll scan the area. I won't investigate.
16.
Okay, so
And the area as well.
scanning the area. Okay, so in that case, Hex and Echo, you guys notice the footprints do indeed lead up to the pig itself. Let's say collectively, as you guys are looking around, you notice some things. Firstly, you notice the carcass of the pig itself. The carcass has several little bite marks in it that match the small teeth of the scavenger worms that you just fought. And there are some small chunks of flesh that have been torn out of it. However, apart from that, the pig itself does not appear to have received any particularly visceral damage. It doesn't seem like anything else had been eating it, is what I'm trying to say. But its body is damaged. It's very heavily damaged. You can notice very, very clearly that this pig was killed a few hours ago. You notice that its side is crushed inwards. The rib cage has caved inwards, and the skin all around it has turned a bright purple. You notice that its front legs have been snapped backwards, breaking bone, and curled around its back, whilst its front legs, one of them, has been pulled so harshly backwards that the skin and flesh connecting the leg to the rest of the body has partially torn open. You can see that its back has been snapped as it lies in an awkward position. And you can see that its head has been beaten in so many times that it's almost impossible to even make out its features. Whatever killed this creature did not eat it. But whatever killed this creature made sure it was dead many times over. Apart from that,
Does it look like overkill?
way overkill. Apart from that, you also notice nearby the footsteps step away from the pig, and there's a large indentation in the ground, about 2 meters across, almost like some very large weight was lying down on the ground. And you notice one more thing. Small footsteps. Much smaller than even yours, Flint. Stepping away from the large indentation in the ground.
Hmm.
Our gnome friend.
And that's where we're going to end this session.
I was just gonna say it. Say it, Paul. Say it. I can tell by the cadence in your voice that you're just leading up. You're leading
dramatic,
up.
yeah.
Yes. I'm like, he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
People on Twitch, thank you very, very much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Thank you to Puns, thank you to Samael Moloch, thank you to Shami, thank you to Magnetic Maniac for joining and playing with me, and thank you very much to Don Chap, who has been helping us out as well with the streaming as part of PlayUp Legends. And I hope you will join us for our next session when we find out exactly who or what has been killing the good wheat, the Applebee pigs, and find out a bit more about our gnome friend. Until next time, see
Thank
you
you,
guys
Deep,
later.
for
Bye.
DMing. Thank
See you
you
guys.
for DMing.
Thank you for the session. Bye bye.
Yes, brilliant.
You.